What? Hey! Oh, there we go. Hello, welcome. I wasn't prepared for the no signal El Gato thing. I was gonna be like, so there I was, sitting in my office. I don't know how to do stuff like that. Which it's still kinda true. She's over here. This is as close as she gets to an office. But hello, welcome. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. That song was Cool Cats by Kevin MacLeod. That one guy who does all the stuff that's free to use everywhere. So you might have heard it before. Sitting in her office. Or something. When suddenly, she remembers there's a Hildibrand quest to do. Or something. I don't know. I'm not practiced in the noir intro. But yes, today, I don't think we're gonna manage to do all of it, but we're going to do at least some of Hildibrand Endwalker version. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how involved it is. Did we steal more of Alpino's furniture? I don't think we did. We got a venture coffer. I have a Crystarium stove in my pocket. Metallic green. Secretary of Blethwaza, huh? I guess retainers are kind of like that. Also, you might notice the I was halfway between saying Sucro and Hildibrand. Sucro Hildibrand thing over there for the chat cover. I did that. I also made the background. You can see some of the corkboard here. There's also a lamp that's covered up. But you know, it's not that important. It's a lamp. We've got on the corkboard some Godbert, some Hildibrand and Nashu, various other things. The text on all the newspaper clippings is actually readable in Eorzean font. The top left one says, "Is Godbert a libertarian? Why?" And so on. What were the other ones? I wrote down what they were so I wouldn't forget. Just some fun. Newspaper clippings. Great for use on a corkboard. Wow. There's a piece of paper next to the tiny sucre that just says cat. The one in the lower left says Mare Lamentorum. We're going to the moon and there's like rabbits and stuff. By the 12, you hear about this? It's partly cut off. And then the lower right one says shenanigans. How many are too many? Local man has been doing a lot of silly nonsense today. And there's a picture of Hildibrand that is mostly covered up. Anyway. Enough of my look at all this stuff that I did for fun in preparation for this. It's time to actually do the thing. And that means I need to go to Razatan. Yeah, it's important she remembers to do her crossword puzzle. That's why she's connected to it with the pins and the string. Oh, and the Hildibrand logo says Sucro Funk, she's a cat. Just in case you didn't notice. Also, this is the Lalafell Stalker from previously in... Thank you for petting Calico. Hello, excitable youth. Thank you for petting Calico. Not dead yet. Well. The sleeping gentleman. The pungent Lalafell can scarcely conceal his excitement. Wait, I know you! We met in Kugane! You're that stone-cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life! What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. You're gonna leave an impression in the wall when I kick you into it in a second. Creepy little bastard who smells like cheese and followed Nasha to Kugane after stalking her for over 5 years? Or, frankly, considering how many blows to the head I've taken, I'm lucky I haven't forgotten my own name. We're off to a start with these dialogue decisions that we have. Real creep who smells bad, stalks Nashu all the time? Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese sting, though. But enough about me, this is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, huzzah! I found her here in Ratsahan. Normally, I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking up anytime soon. Miss Nashu's been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over an Alembic. With that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now go quickly. Save my beloved. Hopefully you're not relevant for the rest of anything. Also, it's raining. Right, I need to eventually, like, unlock whatever that is. Probably. Just to make the icon go away. Yeah. I figured it had some other name, even that if that's what it was effectively, but... Hey, Nashu. I see you have explosives. I see you have... I don't know what that is, actually. And that should do it! Now to take this medicine and... Oh, it is still... the same name. Oh, Sucro! Feels like it's been forever. Though definitely less than a year, I'm sure. Okay, I didn't expect you to hit me with that joke instantly. Fair enough. I didn't expect the game to poke itself for the time bubble. I thought I was going to have to do that. I thought that was my role. That was my joke. Anyway. What brings you to Ratsahan? Enjoying a spot of adventuring? Or perhaps... I heard the inspector's having some problems. Then you've heard! It's true! Inspector Hildibrand's gone into hibernation again and... Oh wait, you're giving me that look. The one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked. So back on the Ruby Sea, remember how Greg got doused with dew prism and was forced to whisk us all far away? I kinda remember that. How that strange rift then opened up, which the inspector then got sucked up into, and how I followed him in after that? Kinda. Well, after that, we all ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell up from down, left from right. Or this... I don't know if she meant this bizarre place or this bizarre place. So we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the interspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us home. Okay, so you went to the void. Or, not the void. Because that's different in this one. Anyway, Greg himself stayed behind though. Something about a score that he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now, but the rub is that Inspector Hildibrand hasn't opened his eyes since. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. But I think we're making progress. Me and Mr. Chupacabra from the Shakshoka concern, that is. You remember Mr. Chupacabra, right? Got sucked into the rift along with us. Former evil mastermind. Not so bad once you got to know him. Pleased I am to meet you once more, and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jubraka, chairman of the Sajatra concern. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty glare is not unwarranted, but in my defense, who among us has not contemplated enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? I pray you forgive me my poor joke, and allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand my words alone would not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I've operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping her see Inspector Hildibrand awakened and return to full health. And with that, if you would excuse me, I must see to other business. Heh. Isn't he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Ah, but that's right. I just finished my latest medicine. I got high hopes for this new recipe. Suppose I ought to get a look at the Manderville man himself, or medicine might not do us any good. Do you think medicine's gonna do anything? Really? Well, you've seen all kinds of amazing things in your travels, so maybe you'll be able to tell what's wrong with the inspector if you get a look at him yourself. Hello and welcome. Woo! Apparently. It's a very excited emote. He's resting in a room up at Kama. Let's go! Inspector Sucro is on the case. Well, actually, she's over here. There's not really a case anywhere to stand on, but... By golly, if she finds a briefcase, she's gonna stand on it. Or like a glass case. Like a display case. Something like that, you know. That's what inspecting is all about. Ah, a case of Hildibrand. Oh. This box is merely a prop for your misdeeds. And he exploded. He's dead forever. Well, he's breathing. That's a good start, probably. Isn't this room nice? Mr. Chupacabra's taking care of everything, even paid the rent in full. But I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, yeah? Yes? Study this sleeping Inspector Hildibrand. You may move the camera and zoom in and out. Hildibrand's leg. The exquisite buckles of the stylish footwear are a design unique to House Manderville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets. I don't think that's relevant? Rugged features belie what is, at a closer glance, the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. Hey, what's up? Ariga, the master of the house, searches the shelves with a remarkable dexterity for one so large of body and limb. Hey, what's up? Beside the bed, Hildibrand's loyal assistant Nashu dozes peacefully. Her ability to stay calm in the most trying of times has been sorely tested of late. Nashu fallen asleep account, fallen asleep count 1. Anything else for me to look at in this room that's not Hildibrand? I cannot examine the wall. Alright, Hildibrand. Is it your... Yes, it's your arm. Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only on the rarest of occasions does the man resort to violence. God, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Hildibrand gets hit with a blow dart at any point. Like, you could be in a completely unrelated scene and just cut to Hildibrand getting hit with a blow dart, and I'd be like, yeah, that checks out. Even if, like, it wasn't part of the Hildibrand questline. Troublingly, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, as if the blood runs cold in his veins. Well, he's dead. Not really. The inspector's condition is disturbingly reminiscent of the scions who were summoned to the First for a time. Huh? Oh, finished already? Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? Well, he's a soulless husk, which is less than ideal, or I suspect he may have been summoned to another reflection. Well, he's dead. Which isn't great. He's mostly dead. I see. I mean, I don't, but that's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? Yeah. Questioning head tilt. Return his soul to his body? But where did it go and what's it doing there? Probably went to the First to become the Gentleman of Darkness, as you do. Or I think it's gone to another world wholly unlike ours, but slightly like ours. A world of contrasts. Well, I don't know. He probably has his own, like, whole quest to do. He's got some stuff that he's got to do. I see. Right. So you can go there? Nod. Great. In that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived in this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue, and chat with people there. That's standard Agent of Inquiry protocol. Oh, since this is Inspector Hildibrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep, or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it. And with that, do take care out there. Yeah, Hildibrand's just, like, on the 9th, and we don't get to see him until 9.0, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, this is only danger if a significant amount of time passes while you're unconscious, and it's been less than a year since anything happened. So don't worry about it. When in doubt, use Nashu's Delights to blow the cobwebs right out. The inspector will thank you after, I'm sure. Yeah. When she was making medicine, or using an alembic, I was automatically expecting that to mean explosives. And there were bombs, like, right next to her. Anyway. Apologies, I'm slightly distracted. Right. Who are we talking to here? That makes sense. Whoop. Leonard. Welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pint, but my barman sense tells me that's not why you're here. Well, it's about to be comedy time, and you have the misfortune of being involved. So this friend of yours has gone missing? Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow to me? Hume Burley wears a monocle, well-meaning idiot. Wearing a tattered suit, most like. Well, he probably exploded recently, so he's probably a bit of a mess. Yes, that sounds familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man when you were battling that horde of spectral warriors. Yeah, I remember that. I did see that there. Geralt, come here a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you. That's so. Make it quick. This ale ain't gonna drink itself. If it ain't Sucro, what brings you back to our neck of the woods? Now that you mention it, I did see someone like that. Right there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. First, I thought he was gonna attack me like the rest of the spirit Watsits. I know he just stood there striking a pose trying to scare or seduce me, damned if I could tell. Still, he was glowing. I wasn't about to take any chances, so I said, "Hey, piss off, ghost!" Sent him packing. Did he die, you ask? To which I say, what am I, Carusian? Also, I've kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk. Thanks, Kiat. Could it be? The Warrior of Darkness! I thought that was your voice, but was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade poser. We've been searching for him for some time now. It's a reference to Thor Ragnarok. It's very specific. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Bonard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We have little in the way of useful information, though. All we know is he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. He's not caused any harm, if you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we're worried his behavior might escalate. Have you been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well? Not quite, Ronard. Sucro's come back to track down a missing friend. Your miscreant, I forget to say, might be my friend, or I wouldn't call him a friend per se, but I too happen to be looking for a man prone to posing. Well, sounds like you're talking about the same guy. Oh, really? I didn't think about that. That's funny, if he's wearing blue for that reason. Huh. The man you're looking for might be one and the same. Why not work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. Nod. It would be an honor, and a great help. We're just about to leave to gather testimony, as it happens. Sucro's also wearing blue, though it's a dark blue, and also black and red. Come and join us in Sullen when you're finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. weed. Hey, Boaster. The reason Boaster is here is because I tried to solo a treasure map earlier again. It turns out that the shifting gymnasium or whatever is not as soloable as the Excitotron is, even for Warrior. That was the map that I got from Chloe that led to it. And I was doing that because I was hoping I could get a quick source of causality. But I have enough for the first step of the relic weapon whenever that pops up. So at least there's that. Gymnasium, not gymnasium. Close enough. Searching for this man might seem like a waste of time to some, but it's our duty to ease the people's worries, large or small. Maybe you're worrying over nothing if he's not hurt anyone yet. Or maybe we're worrying over nothing. But you never know with some people. Better safe than sorry. Oh, that fellow. I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmelt. I enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low and the sky turning dark. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home, and I felt a gentle tug at my arm. Would you believe it? This odd-looking man led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. Thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off. See that fellow? Tell him to come and visit. I owe him a drink or two for his kindness. He's helping. In his way, bet he does. Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing through the forest of the Lost Shepherd, on my way to deliver fish to the Ostal Imperative. Out of nowhere, this old man leapt in front of me. Thought he was abandoned at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side, curled his neck, and put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know, it was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. Do hope you find that strange man. He may just be a nuisance for now, but we shouldn't have to suffer posing vagabonds. Why, yes, I saw someone like that when I was out picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest and that I should be wary. Contrary appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. May look scary, but he's quite the gentleman. Why else would he have warned me about the monsters? Very mysterious. Finished questioning the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the poser caused no harm, he's even helped people. So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we heard. Everyone seemed to encounter him in the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? And that's where we'll look next, shall we? This music is like opposite in tone to Hildibrand in general. On the other hand, some folks might argue a suspicious gentleman is more dangerous than a man more blatant in his villainy. This gentlemanliness could well be a ruse to mask all kinds of evil intentions. It's almost day. Is that meaningful in some way? Perhaps. Well, here we are, but how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. Leave it to me. It would be better light for the cutscenes, I suppose. Got a plan, do you? Far from me to doubt the Warrior of Darkness. Show us what you got in mind, and we'll back you up to the best of our ability. Is she going to do the pose? Suka, are you going to do the pose? Perform the Manderville! Perform the Manderville Mambo! Well, this is the level 2 limit break of the options. This is the level 1 limit break. We gotta do the level 2. Begin the ritual! I love the sound effects. They didn't back me up. They're backing me up now. I think the cutscene automatically went to day for the lighting. Hark! What familiar gentlemanly gyrations are these? It's been a while since I had to do the most exaggerated accent I ever do. Aha! It's not dead silence, there's funny sound effects. What? Okay. Okay. I wasn't ready for the boss subtitle. Or the boss transition. He's going to immediately fall on his face. Yep. Okay, he fell on his butt. It's close. That's him. On your guard, it's a Sin Eater! No, wait, that's no Sin Eater! Nod. It's Hildibrand! It's the Gentleman of Light! Well, both are true. But this is funnier. It's the Gentleman of Light! Gentleman of Light? Who's this Gentleman of Light of whom you speak? I'm the Forgiven Gentleman, Devourer of Sins, Light Warden Extraordinaire! Is this my Hildibrand voice? I think it's close. Shake head. You're not a Sin Eater, you're Hildibrand, the Gentleman Inspector. You might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a Gentleman Inspector. Yeah. Well, no, not quite. You're like okay, you've been a zombie sometimes, but you're definitely the gentleman inspector most of the time. Inspector Sin Eater! Inspector Sin Eater! You're acquainted with this, gentleman? Yes. Right then. Clearly your friend has been through a lot, but still, how did he get in his head he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Nod. Determined. Explosives, probably. Yep. Explosives? We're trying to save him, right? The brim of the hat made that dramatic bit even better. Whoa, like slight curveball there. Oh no. Sukro did play volleyball on the island, so like... This is the second instance of volleyball in the game. There's more than one. And this is... They're gonna add blitzball eventually. Maybe. Spike it! Yeah! Dead. You know, that makes sense. Wait, hey, it's not working. Why isn't it working? Part of it's working.
Destroy!
Hey! Calico, what are you... Why? Hey. Hey. Why didn't that work?
To the stars. The truth is out there.
Callie?
In this behemoth typhoon.
Callie.
It is regretful.
Callie. What? Well, I'm baffled, but you know what? That's par for the course today. Wicked White, we've killed him! No, it's alright. It happens all the time. Also, his outfit changed colors when we killed him. Gasp! I don't think we had to imagine. I think we just have to look, like, slightly to the left. I say, Sukro, I resign myself to Nashu's ungentle methodology, but you too, my brutish friend. Well, it works. And also, yeah, the paint's gone. Never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial Rift. What? Wait, them too? Oh wait, yeah, they all have the blessing. They all have the echo now because of this. Right. Good grief. Yeah, the Hildibrand quest is so good. Yeah, thanks, Elidibus. Elidibus is also seeing this right now, even though he's like mostly doesn't exist anymore. Huh? Where am I? Who am I? Do you think the sound effects happen in universe? That sickening light, that aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't you? Questioning head tilt? What you need's a good old-fashioned dwarven decking! Piss off, ghost! What? Are we sure this is an accurate memory? I believe it. Now, that's not exactly what Giat... So Giat sort of slightly, the opposite of exaggerated. Maybe. Ah. Wait, yeah, he's, like, completely here. Even a Sin Eater gets to be an accessory to the comedy shenanigans. He's doing his best to do a swim. He's trying all of the swim techniques. Including that one. You know what? I would also retreat. I would be repelled by this. I get it. Oh, run for your lives! It's a Sin Eater! To be fair, if I saw Hildibrand in reality doing anything, I would think I would just turn around immediately and leave. That seems like the safest option. It doesn't really matter what he's doing. A Sin Eater? I hope that Sucro's hat continues to enhance dramatic moments. Like it did in that volleyball scene. Yeah. At least a 10-mile radius. I'll be damned. I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he became convinced he was a Sin Eater. I saw it too. It was quite possibly the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we, and why is it so purple? Well, you see, it's the first, and, you know, I never learned why it's purple, actually. The first? The first what? Are you telling me we've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Well, I mean, I did this before, but, like, yeah. Good gods! To think that I've transcended the very boundaries of time and space! But worry not, my adoring friends. Fans, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. Sorry you got involved, you two. No, I don't think Fran would care much for him. Oh, I thought he was still posing for a second. He kind of is. I can't help but feel that this is not what the Echo was intended for. Explosions, dwarven deckings, is there nothing this man can't withstand? No. I had to think for a second. Hildibrand is back and full of spectral beans. Well, I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember. We should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Restore my soul with a spirit vessel? Say no more. Your cursory description is more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It is not unlike brewing the perfect cup of coffee. which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. We require the services of Beck Luke. I know one named Beck. We gotta go talk to Beck Luke. Don't worry, I know this. I know this one. Splendid! I see that even in this world you rub shoulders with the cream. Let us pay this Beck Luke a visit. I'm not sure what you're plotting to do with souls, but if you require Beck Luke's assistance, we can help. Aye, they've aided us time and time again. I reckon they do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. This one could have happened before 0. But I feel like it makes more sense for this to happen last, because then Beck Luke can finally be like, I'm tired of this. Please stop. Or, you know, fascinated, I guess, but... Ah, wait. There is a slightly more close etherite. Oh. Though I'm eager to return home, I'll miss this strange world. Perhaps we can visit it again someday. Surely there are cases here that require my preeminent powers of deduction. Seeing as he's a friend of the Warrior of Darkness herself, I should have known, but this Hildibrand is no ordinary man. If you're ready, I'll call for Beck Luke. I hope there's a several cutscenes and sequence warning in this part of Hildibrand somewhere. I don't think that's happened in Hildibrand before. Ah, the genius soul sommelier! You come highly recommended by Sucro, and what an adorable little puppy you have! So, what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confusion. Puppy? Who is this imbecile, Sucro? I've half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. Huh. But I presume he's a friend of yours and one in need, no less. Yeah. What? Another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do the last time? Did you waltz in here and ask me this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat? Does Beck Luke say anything different here if you're a Viera or Hrothgar? Or a Hrothgar? I guess you can still shop for a hat even if you can't wear them. His case is no different from the others, at least. He's present only in soul as they were. We'll need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you? I guess so. Entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? If only he knew how you were using it. Fortunately, I have a proxy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it's due for a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there's a chance his will not survive, that his very essence will be rent asunder. That's a risk I'm willing to take, or after what he's lived through, it'd be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that. Look, this guy put all his points into resilience, so don't worry about it. Ha! Sucro knows me all too well. I assure you, my good sommelier is most certainly not a dog. You needn't worry for Hildibrand Hillid or Maximilian Mandeville. Yes, I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried, and they have. Come along then, Hildy, I can't be bothered to remember that name. 1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul siphon and I shall hop right in. The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. You know, I could probably, if pressed, find multiple similarities between Hildibrand and the protagonist of I put all my points in defense because I was afraid of taking damage or whatever the full title of that is. You know, Bofuri. They both do completely implausible things all the time, so... You will be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Oh, honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take his spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. If there's nothing else, Fonard and I should be getting back to our duties. It was a pleasure, Sucro, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Till we meet again, rest assured that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. Bofuri? Well, you can play as one of those in this game if you want to. Any sort of Hrothgar bard would be that, I suppose. I think Bofuri is how you say it, but I'm not a Japanese speaker, so I could be wrong. Right, I've never talked to the minstreling wanderer in, like, a sufficient number of times. That's fine. I think I've mentioned before that I had multiple light novel ideas at various points, or at least one. One of them wouldn't be dissimilar from that show, or that light novel slash manga slash show in some ways. Oh, I think we might have an issue. But my ideas are all over the place, and if I actually complete something, it'll probably be nothing I've spoken about before, and it'll just come out of nowhere. Like right now, I'm like, I wonder if I could make a shmup suddenly instead, so, you know. If I do make something elaborate this year, it'll probably end up being like, I don't know, throw a dart at a board, and you might get the correct genre medium. You're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. Gentlemanly spirit vessel. A brightly glowing spirit vessel that currently houses the resolute spirit of Inspector Hildibrand. The Inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The Inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the markets to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest someone forced their way in. We've got a case on our hands, the case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses. Was anything else stolen? Oh, this is so distressing. I'm like 900% certain that the body just got up and ran out of the room. Did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. But I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a bit suspicious. I suppose the sack was large enough that it could have conceivably contained a full-grown person. It looked terribly heavy. My 900% of certainty might not be accurate. As I said, matters of inventory have commanded my full attention of late. Perhaps someone else will be of more help to you? Dubious individual. Yes, this is a most distressing situation indeed. Cool angry eyebrows goggles, you got their dubious. It's just a Rugadin name, don't worry about it. Dubious individual. Ah, there you are. This man says he has vital information that'll help us in our investigation. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Delian, editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Truth. a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who is behind the incident. But I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curious saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. But it could, and it is. Your dear friend, the inspector, has been abducted by aliens. Nice cube earring, also. You suggested the detective-like outfit would work because aliens? Oh. Well, not exactly. I guess she's like a Mikote in blue. Okay, so what very little I did know about this included there are aliens. I didn't think we'd be getting to them right away. And I mostly knew this because of, like, you know, patch notes. So if we look at the corkboard for a second, the moon is also present here, and that is also on purpose, because I know that the moon is involved somewhere. Presumably with the aliens. Gasp. Yeah, also the wind-up alien minion, oh look, it's the Lalafell Stalker. Also there's a UFO mount or two. Oh, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why else? That they might one day take over our world! Is the Lalafell an alien? What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators. For the Charlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for a position of power within their regime. Oh, so you're saying that the Loperates are gonna take over the world? The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessedly it was thwarted, if only by dumb luck, as those that did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. Yeah, alright. I'd hoped the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions. But it would seem events have only emboldened them. They are indeed carrying out abductions here in Rajatan. Even as we speak, your friend lies prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, while they poke and probe him with inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears—
I'm not saying it was aliens, but what if it was aliens?
As their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. But I've said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is at stake. Oh no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once. I think he was a few materia short of a full meld, or at least he got the floppy ears part right. Well, they do have floppy ears. Actually. Huh? So you don't think the inspector is somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, then who's probing him? I don't think that's... A man carrying a suspiciously large sack? That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more. It'd be funny if Delian never showed up again in the entire questline. Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. Nashi is now accompanying you. This is the true reason the now accompanying you was implemented, was specifically for Nashu. If anyone can lead us to Inspector Hildibrand, it'll be that man with the large sack. I know it. Everyone wants to know Nashu's opinions on the architecture of Radz-at-Han. And also the people. Marika and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes and long snouts too, longer than anyone I've met in Eorzea. That's true. The man with the sack? Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed, trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended to Alzadal's path, then went over to the fountain, where he met with a merchant, I believe. Such a hefty sack it was, my mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain. That had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. Nashu, hold on. Dang it, this freaking Lalafell. Killed. Hopefully. Well. Here we go! Nashu just teleported. It's fine. It's incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the giant statue of Lord Godbert at the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him. Alright, you... merchant. A man with a large sack? Ah, you bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. At first I told him to get lost. That bird and I go way back and so forth. But he was in a hurry and his offer was very generous. When you're in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. And now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Did he say where he was planning to go next? He was muttering something about having to get the Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Did you hear that, Sukro? We need to head to Saltwind's welcome right away! Nod. If you want to catch your man, you should look for him at Saltwind's welcome. Can't imagine that he's moved on that quickly, unless he rode my bird to death. He did seem to be in a rush, but surely he would not have done such a terrible thing. That bird is dead. R.I.P. bird. Yeah, I still have a Bosnia quest in my log. I'd have to, like, actively look outside of the game to find a group of people doing that particular instance in Bosnia that I need to complete, and I don't think I care enough. That must be a mark of some sort. A dangerous creature. We are now in the instanced area Thavnir 2. How do I keep noticing you every time this time? I kill you. I kill you. Here we are, which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. If this Lalafell follows me onto the moon, then nobody will notice when I destroy him. Over there! That man is definitely up to no good. Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator. We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. That tattoo going over the scale on an Aura is not something I knew happened. Gasp! Mr. Chupacabra? But he expressly told us he had put his evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? The goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well, your payment as promised. Yeah, that is pretty good. The waiting for a very long time. My client will be most pleased. Yeah? Yeah? Oh no! Is he going to feed the inspector that giant sea monster? I don't... It is an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Lugay. Oh. So that's where they put Lugay. Lugay. One of those. Lugay? Lugay? I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. Oh wait, no, we did fight that guy. I forgot exactly who this was. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world. The Mandeville man? None other. He has weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is even said he survived a journey to Dalamut itself, and survived the Lesser Moon's fall with nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he's fallen into a coma from which I am assured he will never awake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight well asleep. You've never heard of the sleep talk, TM. I see. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mine to command, I will exact a bloody glorious revenge. And do that. Forgive my boldness, Dr. Lugay, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not. With the Telophoroi gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. And gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Sucro just walks forward. Howdy. No, not you! Not now! Ah, I must away! I do appreciate, like, the smoke bomb and then just, like, running. Because I thought he was gonna, like, launch into the sky or something. Wait! Dr. Lugay, my payment! Wake up, Inspector! I figured someone was gonna pitch this. I knew this was gonna happen. But exactly what is going to happen here? Oh. Could it be? The world's no longer purple! Stop moving, damn you! You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge! Mommy! Well, can't believe the Hildibrand questline's already over, everyone. Guess that was it. I mean, he can only be launched into the space like once per set, right? Guess we're done. Just kidding. Oh. Not again! And it's gonna land right on the doctor and like explode him forever or something. Maybe. Oh no, there's more buttons. Yeah, good idea, everyone. Oh no! No! Wow, I called it. Sort of. So, I guess I probably should have expected Hildibrand to escalate even further into absurdity, but with an expectation like that, you can never really know like how anything is gonna happen, I guess. So even though I know the aliens, I don't know anything else, effectively. And that knowing something doesn't mean anything in this context. Anyway. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to, but more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants, but rejoice, for Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. You know, I guess it has been 12 hours again. Now there's aliens. Okay. Goodbye, Hildibrand. Where do these humps come from? We're just watching this happen. Yeah? Wait, Inspector! I knew it! An alien abduction! And I think I'd have the chance to witness one with my own eyes! This month's issue of the Thavnarian Truth shall be the best one yet! Just when I thought we finally had the inspector back, off he went, and then came back, and then floated off again. Well, now what? Sucro seems completely unfazed by this. Perhaps understandably. I know it's not the first time he's taken to the skies without warning, but still it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Ratsit Han. Okay. The excitement is at an end for the time being, according to the description of the quest. The thing about Hildibrand is that nothing is normal, so everything is normal. Nice pajamas. Oh, Inspector, why have you left me again, and where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant Nashu will solve the mystery of your disappearance again. Don't you worry, Sucro. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time. Meanwhile, in Mare Lamentorum. Wait. This is actually music unique to this. And also this face is happening. I think this creature is from Final Fantasy VIII? I think? What? With astute mind and explosive panache, he'll find the crime crack, the case of the They actually did do lyrics. Dashing debonair, pure gentleman's flair. Our agent of inquiry, Hildibrand Mandeville. Truth and justice never go out of style. I can't believe they actually did put lyrics to this. I have to try and sing it every time then. It's mandatory. See you, Inspector. A lunar conspiracy. Just Nashu pointing at a UFO. Sucro, I have a new lead, and just as I promised, you're the first to know. Before we get into the details, though, I should give you back your soul container. I gave it a good scrub first, of course. Being the gentleman that he is, I'm sure the inspector wouldn't want to leave any lingering spiritual odors. Feels like a joke I would make. Maybe. I don't know exactly what that means, but maybe. I do think pointing is funny sometimes. There, now you can listen to my findings without having distracting thoughts like when is Nashu gonna give me back my soul container? Now, as for the lead I mentioned, I was thumbing through a periodical and found an article on alien abduction. The way it was described was almost exactly what happened to the inspector. It even had a little diagram of a man swimming in midair. Anyway, the author seemed convinced the victim had been taken to the moon. This crackpot theory sounds awfully familiar, or why does this sound like the kind of rubbish the Thavnarian Truth publishes? This sounds kind of familiar. I feel like I heard this somewhere before. That's because it is! You remember Dorian, the editor in Briefs? He was the one who wrote it. And he plans on doing research for the next edition on the moon itself. Apparently there's a portal or something in Garlemald that'll take you straight there. Oh, but a world-hopping adventurer like you must have been to the moon already. Know it like the back of your hand, I bet. Nod. I thought so. It'll be nice to have an expert guide up there to help me search for clues. What say you? To the moon, Nashu! Or we shouldn't be so quick to trust the nonsensical ramblings of a man who sees aliens in every shadow. But we saw aliens, so, you know, like, To the moon! Right, I'll start packing my bags. I don't know what the weather's like on the moon, but I remember Garlemald being a bit chilly the last time I was there. Shout out to the person who ran up to me and switched jobs like 5 times and then left. I hope they figured out what job they want to play. Hell yeah, I sold bathroom floor tiles. Well, we don't have access to multiple other planets yet. So, probably the moon. It's the closest thing that we have. Now she was wearing exactly the same thing. Oh, it's much colder than I remembered. I sure hope this lunar gate is close. It's in the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel? You mean that big spiky spire? Well, we definitely shouldn't get lost on the way there. Let's get moving. When Nashu said she was going to pack her bags, I expected she would bring warm weather clothing. Yeah. That makes sense for her to say. Yeah. I agree. By the way, it's ridiculous that Dawn Trail is going to have several other planets that we just go to like build on or whatever. Cosmic exploration. I guess that'll be like 7.x, but still, whatever's going on there is gonna be wacky. Man, I'm gonna have to like figure out how to stream stuff as it gets added. That'll be a completely different experience from the usual, because I'm going to be freaking caught up in like 2 or 3 streams completely. That's so weird. We might just go to planets that are completely unrelated to anything too. Either way, it'll be wacky. So, this thing will send us up to the moon just like that? Courage, Nashu. We'll go to actual Earth. We'll go to Tokyo and fight a dinosaur in a tank. What? The world is in grave danger and the people deserve to know. I have to reach the moon so I can expose the truth. As I have explained to you twice already, I can only allow passage to authorized travelers, which you are not. Ah, you're with them, aren't you? The aliens have infiltrated every layer of our society. What in blazes are you talking about? I'm Dalmascan born and raised. Oh look, it's Dorian, the editor-in-briefs. You mean editor-in-chief? That's Delian, editor-in-chief. Thank you very much. And you were friends of the abducted, I believe. Sucro, greetings. Are you acquainted with this man by any chance? He exposited in my direction once. No, nor am I affiliated with him in any way, shape, or form. He talked at me one time. And that was enough, I'd wager. He has trouble written all over him. Sucro? As in Sucro Funk, slayer of gods, savior of Ishgard, liberator of the provinces, stealer of pants? Hey. You can't bring back the stealer of pants thing. Wasn't that in the previous Hildibrand or something? Where was that mentioned before? How did I fail to recognize such an unbelievably famous individual? Don't usually wear this outfit. As a champion of the people, you have a duty to lead us through this fact-strangling checkpoint. We cannot let your comrade's abduction go unsolved. He needs you, and the world needs my next article. Well, And you believe he was taken to the moon? Well, that certainly sounds like an emergency to me. Your acquaintance here seems sincere in his desire to help. so I will grant him special dispensation to accompany you just this once. You may proceed to the Nethergate. Mysterious forces have thrust us together, and though I trust the fates about as much as I trust that obviously compromised gate guard, I will leave no moonstone unturned. The truth is up there. Sigh. Also, shoutouts to this Viera for wearing one of the few Viera headpieces, or headpieces that a Viera can wear. I wonder if this will be addressed in 7.0 with the updates. Is this it? Are we here? Hold on. I have to get a marginal amount of experience points. I forgot that I have eggs on my hotbar for Gunbreaker. Because they're the cheapest leveling food, I think. Oh, the moon is just as white and shiny up close. But not made of cheese. And no sign of Inspector Hildibrand either. So we've already arrived? The Empire's technology is more advanced than I feared. Ah, over there! The aliens have built some kind of forward base on the lunar surface. We must sneak in and blow the lid on their invasion plans. Looks like Dorian has a lead. Come on, we should follow him. Aliens! Honest to God's aliens! I never expected them to be so tall, or so small and bunny-like. Yeah. Also, I guess Delian is the name. Welcome. If I had known I was receiving so many visitors, I would have sent for more tea. That voice speaking inside my head. I don't know the words, but their meaning is clear. Are they wielding psychic powers to try and brainwash me? You're all right there, friend. Need help with anything in particular? And this one speaks our tongue fluently. Learned it from your Charlian collaborators, I'll wager. Don't think you'll fool me with your adorable bunny nose and silken ears. I'll print the truth before you arrive to beguile my fellow men. You're one of Urianger's friends, aren't you? I'm not sure who or what put such odd ideas into your companion's head, but would you mind setting him straight for me? Nod. This is a Loporrit we don't know. The Loporrits are not alien invaders, although their adorableness does belie their capacity for shenanigans, or that Loporrits are allies of all mankind, misguided attempts to make us live off of carrots alone notwithstanding. They're not alien invaders, but they are full of shenanigans. They got to you, didn't they? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I'd heard the rumors about the disbanded Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The formerly secret society has in truth become all the more secret that it may pull our leaders' strings from the shadows. Hold it right there, mister. I won't stand there and listen to you slander Sucro or this lovely bunny any longer. You better not libel them neither. We actually came in search of Inspector Hildibrand, a dashing gentleman who we think was brought here by a shiny flying saucer. You wouldn't happen to have seen either of them around here, would you? I am afraid I have seen neither. Long was it my duty to keep watch, but as the need for constant vigilance has since ended, I have grown accustomed to idleness. It's rather refreshing, really. Anyway, perhaps the Loporrits may have observed this man or his abductor. I feel like I would have remembered if I had. The others might have seen something, though. Why don't I take you over to Bestway's burrow and you can ask them about it yourself? That sounds like a wonderful idea. Please lead the way. If nothing else, getting an eyeful of the facilities we built for the benefit of mankind should help reassure your suspicious friend there. And now we're over here. I knew it. Seeing the burrow in all its magnificence has left your friend speechless. Good gods. So many bunnies! If they can build a forward base on this scale, then what hope does mankind have against them? Oh, for the love of carrots, this is not a military operation. Do you see any cannons or assault craft? We haven't any weaponry at all. Take your time and chat with whomever you like. As for me, I've got perfectly innocuous and not at all nefarious things to do. Bye now. I've heard speak like that before from people who turned out to be nefarious 5 seconds later. I'm onto you, plotting way. Scheming way. Yeah, that's also a good point. Right then, let's get on with the investigation. Nashu and Delian are now accompanying you. Oh, I just want to nibble on their fuzzy little ears. Nashu, no. I'm taking notes on everything in this base. Floor plans, personnel, abstract tree structures. My next issue will expose their entire operation. Look, they even have an aetherite here. An aetherite? A convenient tool for meeting with the Charlian co-conspirators, no doubt. Well, they'll tell you aetherites were an Allagan invention, but it was really just one of many alien technological secrets received in exchange for their undying loyalty. Link pearls too. Be careful what you say on those private calls. The Charlians are always listening. If Charlians had been listening to me, we would have had a lot more problems earlier. What's up, languid Loperate? Oh, I often stretch my legs out there under the stars, but I can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary. Sorry. Not to worry, we'll try our luck elsewhere. Thank you. Furry-faced liars, the lot of them. They're probably hiding an entire fleet of alien attack craft. Did that man call me a furry-faced liar? I must have heard him wrong. Oh, that's a big fan. It must get hot in here. Probably not. The propulsion engine? Of course, this is no mere moon. You know the satellite upon which we stand was never a natural celestial body, right? It was a grand fabrication of the ancients. Wait. You're actually right about this one, but how did you know that? They were in contact with aliens even back then, but the purpose of their ambitious construction has eluded us until now. It's obvious that the moon is a colossal starfaring vessel. Technically, everything in this text box is true. Though their contact with aliens didn't really end well for them. And also, all of the aliens died. Anyway. Who's Splitting Way? I don't remember a Splitting Way. Loperate Promoter. Oh, ever since we built the Excitotron 6000, we get all kinds of people around here. Could you describe your missing friend in a bit more detail? Well, he's very gentlemanly and dapper, if you look past the almost certainly tattered state of his clothing. Though their fashion sense can be a bit eclectic, our visiting adventurers are always dressed impeccably. Not to be rude, but I have a feeling your friend would have stood out in that crowd. He's probably strapped to a table somewhere even as we speak, enduring unspeakable experiments. Splitting Way was the very first Lopper I talked to? Maybe. From what I've pieced together so far, the giant alien is the master. All these smaller Xeno bunnies are artificial life forms created to serve as minions in his armies. Their harmless appearance is part of the strategy. As soon as you let your guard down, snap! They take you down like a pack of tiny herbivorous wolves. Dorian has some interesting theories, doesn't he? Being nibbled to death by a mob of cuddly bunnies doesn't sound like a bad way to go. Also, yeah, not 100% wrong about that either. Once you find your friend, you should all come back and give the Excitedtron a whirl. I guarantee you'll love it 6,000. I've already tried it a little bit. It's fine. More soloable than the Ancients one was, as mentioned. You could probably technically argue that every life form is artificial in some way in this game. Depending on what you mean by artificial exactly. Every kind of life form, at least. No gentleman in ragged clothes, I'm afraid, but I did spot an object in flight that I couldn't immediately identify. It was while I was out gathering materials in the south of Mare Lamentorum. I presumed it was just some elegant relic or new species of floating jellyfish and didn't think too much of it. Oh, now that sounds promising. Thank you for your time. Oh. What's this then? A pod for growing new Xeno bunnies? They must plan to produce them in the millions and overwhelm us with sheer fuzzy numbers. How could I have been so blind? Those aren't ears, they're psychic wave generators. They lure people close with their precious little faces and then BAM! Brainwashed! I figured it all out, alien scum. And once the world reads my special edition, your dreams of domination will be done for. Ha! What a strange and oddly aggravating man. Is he a friend of yours too? He thinks he's a friend of the people, but I don't think any people are his friends. Wow. Completely obliterated by Nashu of all people, like, through words.
To the stars. Eating cereal. I could outrun a centaur.
No!
DP on wake up.
No, why did I put that in there? An unexpected instance of the phrase, I could outrun a centaur, is in fact a DP directly to my chin. Blasted. I'm the one who was destroyed today. I put that in there because I think it's funny. And it was funny, but also a surprise attack with the Guild Wars 2 human gaining quickness. Or not quickness, swiftness? Quickness is like cooldown. They have two separate buffs that are really similar in name, and one of them is movement speed and the other one is cooldown reduction. I think quickness is the rarer cooldown reduction one and swiftness is the move speed. Maybe one day I'll cover Guild Wars 2. I don't know. Right, let's get out there and find that flying object. Do you know which direction is south? Nod. Wait, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with the brainwashing Xeno bunnies. Wait, they have more? Oh yeah, there's swiftness. I remember that one. I remember quickness. Animation speed. Right, animation speed, not like cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction is... Oh, right, there's also super speed. God. Guild Wars 2 is a video game. Oh, Alacrity is cooldown reduction. Right. Guild Wars 2 is a video game that has made many design decisions in the process of, well, you know, that's just how video games are. They generally make design decisions in order to, like, reach a conclusion of design. One of the most notable things about Guild Wars 2 that was true early on, and I think is still true to this day, is that, well, while like some of the boons, as they are called, and conditions as debuffs and stuff is called, well, some of them are almost certainly more valuable than other ones. A lot of it sort of boils down to applying all of the boons to allies and all of the conditions to enemies in a way that makes it seem like muddled and difficult to like understand exactly what's going on, you know? Hey, what's Argos doing up here? Oh, right, that's just where you are. Or not so much difficult to figure out what's going on, but like difficult to feel like any individual application of a condition or a boon is particularly notable. More than any other MMO I can think of, it is one where like status effects just sort of occur like all the time, constantly, all at once, and like yeah, calling it a soup makes sense to me. So many stars, like a million twinkling teeth and a great big gentlemanly smile. Oh, we have to find him, Sucro. You think Argos is going to be involved in this storyline? How could you leave me behind? Surely you know the first rule of alien hunting is never split the party. I didn't think this game would have the phrase never split the party in it. Yeah, basically. Though you have less buttons in Guild Wars 2. Well, generally. You have like, what, 15? 15 minimum. Well, no. Technically like 10 absolute minimum. It depends on your setup. Because you have 5 weapon skills, you have 5 utility skills. You have a second set of weapon skills, but not for every class. And also, beyond that, you can have like, there's a class, there are classes that engage different modes that replace the weapon skills, and sometimes the utility skills, I think. And so on. But like minimum 10 buttons. Generally less buttons than this, but still, there isn't a GCD, that's true. There are cooldowns. But you just, it just kind of feels like you're mashing all your buttons all the time. There's not, it doesn't feel like there's a rotation or like a plan. It just feels like you press everything on cooldown. Some in weapons elementalists can go up to like 42. I think the most complicated rotations I've specifically seen are for some like engineer builds. But also engineers are capable of being the most simple to play class in the game at this moment. To my knowledge. One of them, anyway. Though, the class I was going to be, originally, if I streamed Guild Wars 2, was Thief. But then I was, like, reconsidering that, because I thought Thief was bad now. But actually, Thief is fine. It's just a different, like, expert subclass, I forget all the terms, than the one I was thinking about before. My understanding for that Thief build is essentially you press one button forever. And it's a button that makes you do a sweet flip and throw knives everywhere, and that's like all you do. And that sounds very funny. Anyway, search for the flying objects. Now she was looking at dog. Nashu's romping around with Argos, already forgetting why she was out here. Delian is searching high and low for any sign of alien vessels, like a true professional. I think Nashu just booped Argos on the nose. Oh. It was carrying the Lalafell. I saw that briefly. Ah, there it is. And there it goes. Come on, we can't let it get away. Well, we did it, Sucro. We found the inspector. Case closed. Horrendous. Only aliens could subject a man to such a callous and physically implausible fate. Nah, this is happening all the time. Oh. This part is happening less. This part definitely happens less of the time. This could be a thumbnail. I don't know how many thumbnails. Look, I don't want to have spoilers at my thumbnails, but this part has been released for a while, so are my eyes playing tricks on me, or do you see a whole field of planted hildebrands? Well, well, what a delightful surprise to see you here, whoever here happens to be. Why, what an impressive specimen of a gentleman you are, good sir. That Hildebrand had extra dots in the text before the question mark. The same could be said of you, my good man. That one has an exclamation point. Is this an extemporaneous gentleman's club? If I may be so bold as to join you? They will all have the same voice, I think. Sucro's just blinking. Wait, they had tea for a sec. What in the name of the occult is happening here? Where did they all come from? They're phantom hildebrands created by the refraction of starlight through swamp gas, or could they could be their Hildebrand clones grown in an alien laboratory's flesh vats. I think Sucro is making fun of this guy at this point. Well, clearly they're created by the refraction of starlight through swamp gas or whatever. Imposters, you mean? Don't worry, I know just how to find the real inspector. Cease and desist, Nashu! Use your powers of deduction, not destruction! Huh, they're all so authentic and synchronized. I honestly can't tell the difference. What? Subverted. Well, look no further, for I am the one and only Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. The one and only? I believe that would be me, good sir. How odd! I think you will find that I am the original Hildebrand. Oh, I am more than certain that I am Hildebrand. As am I! The way all of them are labeled in the text box is very funny. Could it be that we are all Hildibrand? How positively marvelous! I propose we celebrate this auspicious moment as only a mob of Mandeville men can. Oh no, they formed a summoning circle. What manner of waking nightmare is this? You get used to it. Now she's doing her best. She's never really been taught the steps. Sucro's extremely high resolution shadow compared to everyone else's. Just because of how the game works. It was kind of a summoning circle. I guess that's the real Hildibrand? That's a Hildibrand. Apologies for the confusion, my friends. I assure you that this time you stand in the presence of the imitable Hildibrand Heliodor Maximilian Mandeville. And this diminutive blue chap here is my new associate, Master Poo-Poo. Another alien species! Of course, you're building a clone army to invade our star, and what we stumbled upon was a field test. I do not believe we've had the pleasure, my excitable fellow, but I promise you that the amicable Master Poo-Poo has no desire to wage any clone wars. Then what's this all about? Are you telling me you weren't abducted? A simple misunderstanding. Averted this clone war is. Indeed. Oh, what a charming little rascal you are. An offshoot of the Mandragora family, perchance. I guess that's the voice now. Poo-Poo? Ah, I see it. I see. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Master Poo-Poo. Or possibly Pew-Pew. Might I inquire as to our current whereabouts? I had but recently reunited with Nashu and Sucro, and would greatly appreciate if you could convey me back to my prior location. Splendid! Full speed ahead, my dear fellow. Steady on now. This is not what I had in mind. Mm-hmm. We've turned Hildibrand into a projectile. My word, you've created a veritable battalion of identical gentlemen! Surely the world could never safely contain so much pure Mandevillian magnificence. Could you perchance reverse the process? The menacing teeth shine. Gentleman firing UFO. I feel like this doesn't answer any questions as to what happened. This is all just sort of happening, or did sort of happen. Louis Swa moment. A Hildibrand survived. I see. Well, oh gods, no, not like that! Mommy! I feel like I had no questions answered. Thus, I have concluded that Master Poo-Poo has no grasp of the common tongue, and his true intentions, while surely peaceable, remain woefully unclear. It was only through frenzied gestures that I managed to direct him back here and have him clean up our Mandeville multiplicity incident. Boop, boop. A hail, boop, 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 from a star, boop, boop, a great distance from here. Boop, boop. I came in search of a friend whose communications halted mid-exploration. This is the voice now, I guess. Sometimes I surprise myself. Right, Sucro can talk to anybody. All this way to aid a comrade in distress, you say? The devotion, the determination, your touching story has sunk its hooks into my heart. Fear not, my blue-hued friend, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have attached myself to this case like a stubborn barnacle at a kraken's behind. I swear to you here and now, I shall scour all of creation, from the deepest pit of the seventh house to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the missing comrade that you so desperately seek. This is the second time that invocation has come up in Hildibrand, isn't it? Sucro had to convey this to Poo-Poo, I presume. I'm glad you are here to help ward off any more misunderstandings. This feels like the Beck Luke voice, but like amplified. Mr. Poo-Poo's eyes make me feel dizzy, like swirls that go around and around and around and around. An entirely new species of alien. The next issue of The Truth will need to be a special double edition. Beck Luke is portrayed by Toad. I can't do a Toad voice, but that's... Tell me, Sucro, how is it that you're able to understand Master Poo-Poo's language? I just kind of understand every language. The power of echoes? Ah, you mean persistent repetition. It sounds similar to the Mandeville art of parley. You're saying you have extrasensory ability that allows communication with aliens. How fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed. Bending mysteries aside, I'm glad indeed to once more be in the company of my faithful assistant and stalwart contemporary both. The Imperfect Gentleman. So begins the case of the silent correspondent. Not to rain on your parade, but my friend who was somewhere on your star stopped sending me messages is not a lot to go on. I've spent years investigating the existence of aliens, and recent experiences notwithstanding, they're not that easy to find. Then you don't know Inspector Hildibrand. He'll solve this case as he solved countless others with unerring perception and panache. Ah ha 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 ha! Well said, Nashu! I need but relinquish conscious thought to investigative instinct, and the clues will flow to me forthwith. And then he gets hit with a meteor for no reason and dies. My shadow is so high res. Lose yourself in the deductive current, Inspector! You're channeling, aren't you? Contacting a higher power to breach the veil of mystery! Another fascinating development. The same investigative technique as Reimu. You're not wrong. In fact, you are correct. Ah, there you are. I've been looking all over. Thought you'd like to know I spotted that chap you were asking about. You know, the well-muscled gentleman with tattered clothing and dazzling teeth. You mean this gentleman? We found him too. Oh, well, that can't be right. I just saw him in the north of Mare Lamentorum, and he ran the other way when I called out. I don't understand how he could have arrived before me. I have a feeling, Mr. Bunny, sir, that what you saw was an imposter. Sucro, would you mind asking Mr. Poo-Poo if he was growing any more inspectors on the moon? Nod.
Boop, boop. I only created a single batch, but one did manage to escape the vaporization beam. That individual's behavior was unpredictable. A flaw in the cloning process, I'm afraid.
Making myself laugh with whatever this is.
Well, this won't do at all. We cannot have a flawed inspector running around besmirching the Mandeville name.
I'm glad you think so.
Master Poo-Poo, I must ask that we hunt down and liquidate my other self as soon as possible. Why we delay the search for a comrade until the deed is done? Boop, boop. The imperfect clone was of my making. It is only right that I redress my mistake first.
Nod.
So begins the case of the imposter inspector. Oh, that does sound exciting. If you don't mind me coming along, I can show you the place where I saw the imposter inspector.
Nod. Is this Loporrit gonna get a name at any point? The walking animation of Poo-Poo is not something I was ready for. So squeaky. Is this Loporrit going to, like, decide that their dream is to solve mysteries in this process and become, like, detecting way? Inspecting way? Sleuthing way? Mandervilling way? If I get to see a Loporrit do any of the Hildibrand poses, that's incredible.
It was right around here. I wonder what other nefarious abilities this so-called amicable alien is hiding. Boop, boop. My ship's matter duplication facility is prone to the occasional glitch. I should probably have that looked at.
Nashu's sleeping count. Like, I didn't actually keep count. I think it's like 3 or 4.
I spy with my little eye no dashingly defective gentleman. You can't have made it that far on foot. Why don't we try searching the immediate area? Scan the horizon, that sort of thing. Or that kind of thing. And I suggest we split up and so we can cover more ground. Nashu, Sucro, and I will investigate to the west. Right. I'll take these other two and head east. Splitting the party again? You're leaving me with the aliens? Oh, relax, Bright Eyes. We'll have a nice chat and I can disabuse you of all those strange conspiratorial notions. Oh, we can get to know our new friend here.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Let us be on our way as well, with Sucro in the van, if you please.
Hildibrand and Nashu are now accompanying you.
Being on the moon reminds me of that time I was blasted all the way to Dalamud. I do believe that was a personal best in terms of distance flung. When you're up in the sky, our world's a pizza pie. Oh, so pretty.
Nashu? Nashu, I don't know if that's copyrighted. Nashu. Now sure, you'll get me DMCA'd. Hildibrand, I need your expert opinion on the Zodiac beam before we continue.
When the moon hits your eye, like a big pizza pie, that's a copyright infringement.
True.
Oh, the sublime vista! It's as if the moon herself breathes beneath our feet.
Oh, look down there. They have their very own hot spring.
My dear Nashi, what you are observing is no hot spring, but a natural reservoir of ceruleum. With such a rich resource to hand, it is no wonder they can afford these palatial residences.
I'm glad you're here to educate me, Inspector. I was about to take a quick soak. Bells? Oh, I don't know if I know the specific one that you mean. Hammer struck thinker. A goldsmithing hammer is lodged in the thinker's carcass. It appears to have been dealt a single swift killing blow.
Oh, the bugs grow big up here, don't they? This hammer! Surely it cannot be... nay, it does not bear thinking about.
Oh. Yeah, I definitely don't know that one, but it sounds amusing, like most of the stuff that that person does.
Come along, nothing to see here.
Oh yeah, there sure is a goldsmithing hammer.
What a dazzling display of stars!
Not a single cloud in sight. In fact, I've never seen the night sky so clearly.
Now that you mention it, it's been nighttime the entire time I've been here. How much longer until dawn breaks, do you think?
I'm afraid we're on the moon, and so that doesn't exactly work the same way. I don't know if he knows that he's on the moon yet. I think another person is doing this. It's technically the afternoon right now, in Eorzea time. Another goldsmithing hammer, another killing blow that bespeaks unparalleled strength.
Aw, looks like he's yawning. The hammer stuck in his head spoils the effect, though. He cannot be here. Why would he be here?
That's a goldsmithing tool, isn't it? It does look awfully familiar.
And yet completely unrelated to our case. Moving on, people, moving on.
Hildibrand is going to get suplexed in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Possibly more than once. Possibly more than one Hildibrand. Trail of fancy footprints. Multiple people might in fact be doing this questline right now. A set of gentlemanly tracks leads to the northwest.
Ah, in the sand, in the snow, or in a half-ilm of moon dust, I'd recognize these fancy footprints anywhere.
He does know he's on the moon.
They're a perfect copy of mine. A fugitive imposter must be just up ahead.
Hildibrand is going to get suplexed in this cutscene. Maybe.
I sense a gentlemanly presence. He's close, very close.
No clones in the northeastern quadrant that we could see. Gasp.
That's clever. Mr. Poo-Poo can scout for us from the air.
Aha! I found me! Why did I flee? Hilda clone.
He seems sad, downcast, very un-inspector-like.
A flawed creation, to be sure. Such negative emotions would never mar the heart of a true Mandeville man. Nod. I think you're the fake gentleman. Oh no! Suplex incoming. So that was what the quest image was. Another thing has been goldsmithed. Concern. Fear. God, what was my Godbird voice? Praise Thor for his patience. 'Twould seem my beloved Hildy has been awoken from his unnatural slumber. That's probably it. It's like Hildibrand, but lower. Oh. You missed. What? Abandoning my gentlemen comrades to save myself, my pride in worse tatters than my maltreated wardrobe. Wait, really? That's very funny, if so. My fatherly love denied? Unthinkable. Unless that is not my son. Nod. Starting position. A classic sequence. I see he's taken the big leaps power set instead of the super speed one this time. There it is. Not quite a suplex, but whatever you call this again. Another of me survived. A giant swing. I think one of the dual techs in the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailers is Tifa doing that to Ketchi. Or I guess Kate Sith, as they insist it's pronounced in that universe. I'll not turn tail and run this time, no sir! Hildibrand to the rescue! Yeah, I expected that to happen. Of course. What did you expect, Hildibrand? Round and round as fast as I can. I can't slow down, I'm a Mandeville man! Mandeville Dance of the Emerald Ephemeral Twins. What? Wow, that's worth like 1,000,000 points. Well done. Of course. Of course. What? Of course? Huh? Sucro only seems very mildly worried about this. Is this Smileton or is this a different face on the moon? What? It is. What? Are they gonna do like a musical number now? Yes, kind of. Okay. Wait. So this existed before you could get it as a player character. I know that one. I unlocked that last time. Now I know I'm dreaming. That can't possibly be real.
That was a little something we were preparing to welcome the people of Etheris. Etheris, I almost forgot it was still there.
Okay, I thought it was gonna like spit out something at exactly that. Wait. I saw that chicken. I thought I saw Greg for a second. But that power down noise was well timed. Oh, the Lalafell. Yeah, there's Enkidu. Also like the garlic jester? Or maybe that was the eggplant knight or something. Oh yeah, and of course, a goblin.
The barrage appears to have stopped, but just look at all this junk. Please be sure to pick up your litter before you leave. The moon belongs to everyone, you know.
And just, aha, a sparkly object. There's also a book. Sucro loves those. Crystal. Oh. Okay, good. Everyone is sweeping up. But that was the wrong Hildibrand, maybe.
Hildibrand Helidor Maximilian Mandeville, how glad I am to see you up and about. Your mother will be beside herself with joy. Possibly literally if the cloning keeps happening. I solemnly stand before you now thanks to Nashu, who stood ever vigilant at my bedside, and to Sucro, who ferried my soul back from across the rift. My son is indeed blessed with comrades of quality. You have my heartfelt gratitude.
Nod.
To you, Master Poo-Poo, I extend my apologies. In my excitement, I fear I have broken your starship. If there is aught I can do to help effect repairs, you have only to ask.
Boop, boop. My vessel experienced a temporary malfunction, but there was no major structural damage.
It brings me relief and joy to hear it. Might I have a word, Sucro? I had actually come to the moon in search of a certain rare ore, and by Thal's good graces, my quest has been successful. The ore, however, is but the first step of a longer saga. Meet me back in Razatan, and I will explain the role I wish you to play.
Nod.
Yes, I think it best we make the journey starwards. We'll not find Master Poo-Poo's friend from up here unless someone packed an extremely efficacious spyglass. Anybody? No? Then home it is.
For years I've chased after the supernatural and the inexplicable, but to encounter so much of it in a short span of time, my mind still reels from the implications. Yet I must keep my gaze focused beyond the veil. A chance like this comes only once in a lifetime.
Glad you're taking it well, I guess. Why was half of the planet shrouded in darkness? It usually doesn't do that in a shot. Ah, someone in the Godbert spirit is here, I guess.
Now begins the hard work of compiling my notes into a structured account of events. There's so much to say, I may need to stretch this over several articles. By which I mean it might take a few patches or something. See, I told you I recognize those hammers. A good inspector never forgets a tool. Oh, how lovely to be back on the star of my birth. Father did not tarry to chat, but said something about returning here with a trusted employee. Well, we've no time for further familial pleasantries. Nasher and I must devote all our mental energies to the case of the silent correspondent.
I hope that that person also has max level goldsmithing.
My keen inspector sense impels me to begin our search in that direction. Make haste, my companions, for justice waits for no man, not even those who are little blue.
You see, he's going into the distance, you see.
Inspector, wait! Can't justice make an exception for me? His channeling appears to be remarkably effective. Fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed. Sucro, forgive me. I seem to have been laboring under a misconception. After spending some time with the Xeno bunnies, it has become clear to me that they have not the slightest intention of invading our star. They are no threat to us.
Smile, nod.
But he is, you know of whom I speak, that devious Master Poo-Poo and his diabolical devices, devised solely for world domination. I shall have to investigate him further to learn the intricacies of his plans, but I may require your aid, not to mention your interpretation. I'll even pay you a retainer fee, so please, when the time comes, join me on my quest for the truth.
Nod. Bow.
Sucro, my apologies. Sucro, my apologies for the wait. Shall we proceed to business, then? The task at hand concerns nothing less than a family legacy. The recreation of the historically significant and astronomically magnificent Mandeville weapons. They were the designs of a distant ancestor, you see. While the originals have long since vanished, the manual containing the sequence of their construction survived. A precious heirloom passed down through generations of Mandevilles.
Why the sudden passion for weaponsmithing? Or aren't your hammers built for hammering gold? Suddenly interested in weaponsmithing?
"'Tis true that as a goldsmith I've had little occasion for crafting implements of war. Why this project and why now, you may very well ask, and I shall very well tell you. The tale begins not so long ago. I was here in Razatan to discuss a deal with an up-and-coming merchant. The matter in question was an acquisition proposal. Alas, the talk soured, so I made preparations to depart. It was then that the sky burst into flame. You know all too well what horrors followed. I did my best to defend the citizenry from the beast which spawned, yet I could not save them all. Saved far too few, in fact. The memory of it haunted me day and night, and I found myself unable to work. Then I heard the news of how you and your companions had ventured forth to banish this evil at its source.
You forged on in the face of deepest despair, and it gave me the courage to do the same. I took a good hard look in the looking glass and asked, what can Godbert Mandeville do to safeguard the people of this star? Thus did I realize that I had both the knowledge and the skill to forge the greatest of weapons, that I might empower others to protect themselves and their fellow man. But they'll be outclassed by something in some other continent I haven't been to in like a few months. For some reason, all the vendors will have access to them. I don't really know why.
Godbert does realize he can and should contribute.
So I begun going down the list, acquiring the necessary materials with single-minded purpose. One of these was a goodly chunk of purest mandarium ore, a metal found exclusively in meteorites, and that only rarely. I searched high and low, scouring impact sites and consorting with kobolds, with all to no avail. Then, when none was found to be on Hydaelyn, I set my sights on the moon, where I at last obtained a sizable sample.
Yeah, it would make a little bit more sense. But then again, like, stuff from random vendors is better than old relics. Already.
Now I say at last, but the list of materials goes on. If I'm to collect the rest in a timely fashion, I must employ the help of a comrade of quality. When you can spare a moment from adventuring or aiding my dear son in his inspecting, pray drop a word in the ear of my manservant here.
Bow.
I shall clear my schedule of trivial interruptions and we can proceed with the recreation of a Mandeville weapon forthwith.
So this is like a separate quest line, kinda? Kind of. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Razadhan. The traditional mysterious silhouette. Obviously, I won't be able to do stealth. I won't be able to do the entirety of the Manderville Relic questline on camera, probably. This person's very good at stealth. Sneak 100. Also, this mysterious silhouette even has, like, mysterious silhouette underwear, and that's goofy. Sound the alarm! A prisoner is escaping! Mm-hmm. Ah, we're on the moon now. Did Nacho have this goofy run before? On solid ground far out of this world. Beyond the truth lies the weird and absurd. Your beloved son, he's second to none. Our agent of inquiry, Hildibrand Mandeville. Definitely not an alien clone. See you, Inspector. That was like way off rhythm, but you know, whatever. It's the spirit that counts. A. Please note that upon completing the quest to make it a Manderville, you will receive a Manderville weapon for a white mage. The lyrics don't match perfectly. Please ensure you've changed to your desired job. White mage is fine. Let's check this out. This is the only step I'll be able to do today. Because, you know, it costs like 1,500 causality every time.
Mistress Funk, how wonderful to finally speak with you. Your cooperation in Lord Mandeville's weaponsmithing endeavor is highly appreciated. Regarding said endeavor, we borrowed a corner of the High Crucible in which to base our crafting station. If you'd be so kind as to follow me.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I am usually bothered by... I'm already like... I mean, I know... I know what to expect. I don't know. I'm not remembering the vocabulary to adequately describe this.
A humble base of operations. You will no doubt be coming back and forth many times in the days ahead.
Also, someone's got the highest rank spear over there.
So I'd strongly suggest that you attune to the city Ethernet if you've not done so already. Otherwise, I trust you're all set to proceed. One moment whilst I inform Lord Mandeville of your arrival.
Ah, if that's the case, then yeah.
Oh, welcome, Sucre, welcome. With your stalwart assistance added into the mix, I have every confidence that this adventure in forging will be a complete success. And so let us begin with a detailed exposition on the history of Mandeville weaponry. First of all, when I say Mandeville weaponry, what I refer to is the series of masterpieces created by the legendary artisan Godbrand Mandeville, the first lord of House Mandeville.
Godbrand. I see.
Made with mystical mandarium, these purportedly peerless armaments are perhaps our most prized treasures, or at least they were until someone misplaced them. Terrible housekeeping, that. Fortunately, the time-worn manual in which Godbrand penned his secrets is both intact and still within our possession. Thus, with that precious family heirloom in hand, and a ready supply of purest ore, I intend to recreate what was lost. The work, however, cannot proceed without a few more key ingredients. I should like to call upon you to procure said materials, as well as provide a seasoned adventurer's perspective on the fruits of our labor.
Leave it to me.
Excellent. I knew I could count on you. As a goldsmith, crafting weaponry is akin to venturing into unknown territory, and I would place my trust only in the most proficient guides. Speaking of which, may I introduce one of the very best in the business? Come on over, my friend.
I mean, I already know who it is. Hey, Geralt.
Ah, bloody hells. I had a feeling you were the adventurer his lordship mentioned he was helping out. Like a fly on shite when you catch a whiff of shiny new weapons, ain't you?
You don't seem too eager to be here. Come on, this will be fun. Hey, Geralt, you don't seem too eager to be here.
And why should I be? Look at this gill-addled dandy I'm forced to hammer for. Rather drag me stones cross hot coals than forge yet another rich old bastard's trinkets. Is that the way of it, then? I contacted Rowena hoping to employ the talents of Eorzea's finest smith. But as you clearly have no interest in providing me with your services, I shall hire another artisan. We can put this talk of stones and coals behind us. Wait, you got me all wrong, your lordship. That was just a bit of smitty humor to lighten the mood. I'd be honored to work on your Mandeville weapon.
Questioning head tilt.
So here's the thing, I already spent the coin this job will bring me on some right fancy bottles of Thavnarian liquor. Can't afford not to do it. So that means we're back in business, yes? Marvelous.
Shrug.
Aye, it's bloody splendid it is. Your crew's all present and accounted for, so let's get to smithing. There's naught I'd like to do more. Presently, however, there are three conundrums which stand between us and making any Mandeville armament a reality. The first of these is the devising of a method for working the Mandarium. From what I've been able to decipher from the manual, the process is quite demanding.
Oh, that is kind of funny.
You just leave that to old Geralt. I've yet to meet a metal I can't beat into shape. Oh, then I shall cede that chore to your artisanal ingenuity. The second is the crafting of ornamentation, which will amplify the weapon's etheric intensity.
If it's a sturdy blade you need, then I'm your man, but fiddly bits of decoration are not in me smith and wheelhouse.
And 'tis fortunate that fiddling with bits is most assuredly in mine.
Did you have to put it that way?
Though it shall no doubt be a challenge, creating suitably exquisite adornments is a task well suited to me and my goldsmithing hammer. As for the third and final problem wanting for resolution, we require a vial of Exalamanderville. If one has access to an industrial-sized alchemical furnace, it should be possible to extract the superlative mineral oil from mandarium-rich meteorites. Assuming I understood what I heard in the process, this Exalamander oil is key to maximizing ethereal conductivity.
Always with the ethereal conductivity.
And thanks to the good graces of the High Crucible, we have the extraction apparatus we require right here. All that remains is to collect 3 or so goodly chunks of mandarium meteorite. That will be your charge, Sucro.
Nod.
Right, then I will see about preparing materials for my share of the workload. I'll start stoking the flames. Sounds like we'll need them nice and hot.
Nod.
Rowan asked me to tell you something. Seems like one of our lackeys has oh so bloody conveniently set up shop over by the Aetheryte and just might have the meteorite chunks we need. Lass by the name of Jubrona, I think it was. Could save you some searching, but she sure as shite ain't giving out skyrocks for free.
Nod. Manderville Weapons, a saga of hammers and heroes.
Jubrona in the Aetheryte Plaza. Especially she's got the meteorite chunks you need, but like I said, they won't come cheap.
Over here.
You must be the famous Sucro. Mr. Serwena said to expect you, and to assist with any procurement requests.
I need meteorites.
Mandarium meteorite? Why yes, we happen to have cornered the market on that particular asset. Only so many of them fall from the sky, you see, and collectors offer top gill for such rarities. In your case, however, I've been instructed to request payment in an alternative currency. Say it with me now. Allagan Tomestones. The going rate is 500
Allagan Tomestones of Causality
for 1 chunk of Mandarium meteorite. I'll be here whenever you're ready to make the trade. Alrighty.
This fist-sized hunk of meteorite contains rich deposits of exceedingly rare Mandarium ore. Provides a small quantity of mineral oil when subjugated to a unique extraction and refinement process. Oh, that's just the thing with RPGs in general. No one's ever gonna give the hero what they need for free. Never have, never will. Too much money or tomestones to be made for that.
Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your arse. Let's see the goods.
I ain't got my thumb anywhere near there.
Aye, these are proper skyrocks, no mistake. Godbert's not back yet, but I reckon we can get a head start on extracting that special oil is.
Godbert is doing that, but like we're actually more doing this for him. Nobody has actually said anything about giving me the weapon.
Bugger, this might as well be cooking grease for all the conductivity it's got. Must have botched one of the steps, but which one? Pretty sure I followed the instructions to the damn letter. There was no fault in your process, Master Geralt. Oh, then how do you explain this bottle of weak piss sitting on me, Endel? Has yet to undergo the final treatment, an advanced oil pressing technique passed down through generations of Mandeville lubricant enthusiasts. It'll take more than some enthusiastic oil pressing to bring this liquid up to snuff. Oh, ye of little faith, observe!
Oh dear. Are you going to suplex it? You're going to do the ranger poses and also benude yourself.
Hey, gods, man, what the hell are you stripping down to your small clothes for? I should have known you were just some degenerate fop. Patience, Master Geralt. This is merely the prelude.
Yeah, you get unfortunately used to this.
Behold the mighty squats of Amandaville, man!
Sucro's just like, well, okay, now she's surprised.
That should be enough to get the juices flowing. Now to demonstrate the aforementioned technique. A single drop of potently empowered Mandeville perspiration.
Do I want to wield this weapon?
Ye gods, it's full of stars. That don't change anything. You're still just an eccentric old bugger prancing about sweating on things. Maybe so, but look closer, Master Geralt. This is the Exalamandaville made ready.
Or thus is the Exalamandaville made ready.
What do you mean ready? All you did was add your drippings. Bugger me! It ain't possible. I don't suppose you're gonna explain this, are you? One does not simply reveal the tricks of one's trade, especially long-guarded family traditions. As a fellow professional, I'm sure you understand. Aye, well, makes no difference to me. Wouldn't be caught dead doing them creepy poses.
He will do the creepy poses later, I'm sure.
Racing banter aside, I do believe this puts us in possession of all the necessary components. Is your time to shine, Master Geralt? Oh, I'll shine all right. You're cut above the average craftsman, I'll grant you that, but you still have a few rungs to climb. Best shield your eyes, ladies and gents, cause my work's positively blinding.
Look, I know that people often use the phrase that blood, sweat, and tears go into something. But this is a little bit different.
Success, just as I predicted. That right there is a collaborative masterpiece. The Mandeville Cane.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
That I would live to see my ancestors' wondrous forge work recreated. You've made me a happy Mandeville man, Sucro.
Nod.
Let's not break out the bubbly blues just yet, your lordship. We got a ways to go before we can call our work finished.
Nod. Questioning it, though?
Master Geralt is quite right. I've neglected to properly explain that this is but the first stage of a much grander creation. The bare bones of the weaponry, if you will. Aye, now begins the endless chore of refinement, which means I'll be stuck here for gods know how long. I'm loath to monopolize your time, my good blacksmith, but the manual is written in a most confounding cipher. I'm not even certain when I will finish decoding the next step in the process. Time to sit idle then. At least I have a few bottles of quality liquor to keep me company. A regrettable yet unavoidable delay. Let us reconvene when the manual has given up its secrets, shall we?
Nod.
Meanwhile, I leave the weaponry in your battle-hardened hands. When next we meet, your report of its performance will be indispensable in guiding our improvements. Should you wish to experiment with a different variety of Mandeville weapon?
Eh?
Then this highly trained house mandible artisan is at your service. I've imparted to him the necessary techniques for facilitating this initial stage of crafting. It requires only a contribution of Mandaria meteorite to forge a weapon of your choosing.
Oh dear.
Another near-naked bastard. What do you Manderville folk have against trousers? Oh.
I have the same question, Geralt. Don't worry.
You know what? I don't even want to know. Just leave the smithing to me. When I do a job, I do it right.
Nod.
Very well, then I shall return anon. I'm most eager to see the next stage of our masterpiece take shape.
Manderville Kane, 615. Sucro, please. It's certainly a fancy cane. It looks like a white mage artifact weapon, honestly. A repeatable quest is now available. You might wonder why I'm white mage now, in case I didn't mention it before. Manderville demands, and ham-ing it up, Manderville Kane. White mage has, like, maybe the least actions per minute. I'm trying to, like, be more careful with playing demanding jobs, and white mage is ever so slightly less demanding than sage. For the sake of my, hands and wrists and arms and all that. Yep. Oh, also I did go to the shifting gymnasium and died. I beat one boss there because it was like the lowest level roll, and then the second one was like the highest form of enemy there, and that didn't go too well. What, an elder summon or something like that? Anyway. There you are. Wait, no, that's... There you are. But first... I'm gonna be right back. That was a lot of yelling in a Hildibrand type of voice or two. So... Since I have to do this manually now... It will be time... Well, once I do everything. But coin... That is one of the things that a coin can land on. Congratulations to those who won. Condolences to those who did not. It was this. Once Sucro is caught up, and there won't be more Sucro for months, am I gonna have to, like, find something else to put in the fact corner? Finally? Oh no. Anyway, also, what's the fastest way to farm causality? I'm gonna need that information. The spectacle of inspection. Delian is ready to embark on another crusade for the truth. Sucro, what suspiciously auspicious timing? Just roulettes. But I guess I can do those. I was just thinking of you, and suddenly you appear. As I'm sure you recall, Master Poopoo claimed his purpose in coming to our world was to search for a missing comrade. Which is of course merely a cover for his true objective, laying the groundwork for a full-scale invasion. But I understand the skeptical masses will demand proof of this sinister operation. I do the main story roulette more readily than a lot of the other ones, because it's just easy. Thus did I decide to bide my time, keep my eyes open, and let things play out. And no sooner had I resolved to do so when I received word concerning the inspector. It seems they've made progress in tracking down our alien friend's friend. This could be my chance. I say my chance, but I can hardly stand against this cosmic conspiracy alone. You are coming along, yes? I wouldn't dream of letting you investigate Poo-Poo by yourself, or the truth will out, or something trucidation at the very least. Well, I wouldn't let you investigate by yourself. Then let us be on our way. They were headed to Palaka's stand, and we don't want to miss even the smallest development. I suppose I can understand being sick of the main story roulette. I'm just worried about, like, playing too much of any video game, because my hands were in a bad place for a while. Sucro, you came! The lunar crew is back together! Kill. That only heals allies, you see. My loyal associates, come to admire the spectacle of inspection, have you? As well you should. Look, Master Poo-Poo, Sucro's come to help. Thank you, Sucro, you're too kind. What, no more poo-pooing? You speak our language now? No echo or universal translator once it's required? Oh, you speak our language now? It was no great chore to master your tongue. The grammar and syntax is relatively simplistic. Such a terrifying intellect. What hope do we have to prevail against it? So, how did you narrow down the search to this particular area exactly? Why, my tried and true inspector sense, my dear fellow. All the perceptible and imperceptible signs pointed me in this direction, although they did neglect to include a precise location. For that, we must rely on another tried and true inspecting technique, interrogation. Spread out, everyone, and question the locals on any poo-poo-shaped sightings. Nod. Large chocobo. Now that you mention it, I did see something like that in the west of the Shroud. Might have mistaken it for a small child if not for the way it moved. Sort of a furtive scamper? Creepy.
think I'll stay out of the jungle for a while. The western reaches, at least.
Ragamuffin? If I may, have you perchance come across an individual resembling this delightful blue ragamuffin here?
Huh. No materia on them, huh? Interesting.
I know the syrup goes over the pancakes.
Now she was asleep and thinking about pancakes. Crate inspector.
Oh yes, I've spotted just such an odd little creature in the jungle. On my way back from the city markets. Only it wasn't alone. It was in the company of a rather unusual gentleman. Sickly pale he was, and radiating an unpleasant smell. I felt obliged to keep my distance.
By the way, for the record, my current weapon is eye level 650. This is just an augmented Diadokus cane. And the highest level of the relic is 665. I wonder what will exist for level 90 weapons for Pictomancer and Viper. They don't usually like have relics for jobs. That was the wrong spell. But also, like, if they don't do relics, I would expect that. But also, like, the best tombstone gear, which is usually what they would make for the job, is like all contest winners. And they didn't have a contest for those jobs because they didn't exist yet. So, like, what are they gonna... And also, one of those weapons, the Scholar one, is a painter thing? So... Question mark? Many questions. Now she woke up.
Sucro, have your investigations borne fruit? Mine own carefully crafted queries place an individual of Master Poo-Poo's proportions in the south of the Shroud.
Yeah, they're inventing design contest aesthetic weapons would be interesting.
To the west, your sources say.
I asked around and there have been a few sightings in the jungle somewhere to the north.
If we have sightings to the north, south, and west, then that must mean Master Poo-Poo has more friends here than he realized. I am not that gregarious. I have precisely one friend on this world.
Could it be doppelgangers? No, too simple, too obvious. It's more likely the same alien wandering the jungle being spotted in different locations by different eyewitnesses.
I assume that the starting Pictomancer will be given a bespoke level 80 set of gear that would be better than the Crypt Lurker stuff. I think that's how it usually works. Better or equal to, so...
Which just means we need to... I can't believe I'm suggesting this. Split up and search the whole area.
Fair proposition. Very well then. Oh, are we launching a search party? Father, have you been following me? Nothing of the sort. I was engaging in feats of physicality while my mind grappled with the mysteries of Mandavillan weapon forging, hoping to turn perspiration into inspiration, as it were.
Oh, it's usually slightly worse than the tombstone gear?
But I'm afraid the Burning Field's wooden men are poor muses when compared to the stimulus a worthy opponent provides. Mayhap if I join you and the indomitable Sucro in your endeavor, then happenstance will deliver the challenge I require. You are continuing the case of the silent correspondent, yes? Have you need of an extra pair of eyes? As many as you can spare. I was about to assign teams to the search, as a matter of fact.
I figured he was, yeah.
This village sits in the Shroud's east, so let us divvy up the remaining directions, shall we? Nashu and I will head south. Sucro and Master Poo-Poo to the west, if you please.
Nod.
DeLorean, you and my father have the north. That's Delian. Also, the Shroud of the Samga is awfully big. How are we to keep in contact, much less coordinate our efforts?
I had special link pearls made for just an occasion. We can chatter in each other's ears as much as we like.
Are you mad? The Charlians will listen in on everything we're saying.
Really? All the way out here? I shouldn't think their hearing is that good. But seeing as you mislike link pearls so much, Lord Godbert can hold the one for your team.
Link pearls, what tremendous foresight. Now let us proceed with our investigation.
Nod. I think what happens is that Delian makes a very funny face and eventually ends up in the ground.
The inspector wishes us to search in the west of the jungle, yes? I will follow your lead.
I think my voice has changed again. Poo-Poo's now accompanying you. The footstep sound is in fact present. Look at them go. You know, since I'm not a billion levels above everything, there's a chance that I might get attacked randomly by a snake. Yep. You. Look. Whack. That's true too.
A river flowing right at our feet. Many stars have I visited in the cosmos, yet but precious few have such a bounty of water as this one. Your home is a rare treasure.
Yeah, this voice is all over the place now.
Etheris must be a wonderful star to call home, so rich in resources.
That's fine. Consistency is not something I'm consistently good at with voice acting. I don't know what accent it is, but it's there. I thought this ape was also going to attack me.
I see no trace of my comrade. But what are these black-furred beings? Are they friends of yours, fellow people of Etheris?
Those are a type of Sasquatch, by which I mean no, or vaguely people-shaped perhaps, but not people, not particularly friendly either. Those are like a Sasquatch, and they usually just fight people.
There is a greater variety of species here than I anticipated. I shall have to collect more samples. Let's keep moving. The rock formations on this island remind me of my home star. They have the same vibrant hues, the same stark beauty. If only. But never mind that, we have a friend to find.
That's true. You may recall that part of why I was reluctant to play White Mage was because of all the spinning. I can probably manage, it's probably fine. Besides, I might convert to Pictomancer or Viper eventually anyway, so who knows. I plan to try both of them, and hopefully do the quest lines of both.
No sign of my friend here either. But these white-furred individuals, they're surely one of your civilized races, yes?
Those are beastkin, monkeys. Also not people, mind the poop throwing. No, those are, we call those beastkin.
I find it difficult to tell the difference. One semi-intelligent life form is much the same as another. Well, never mind. Moving on.
I should just avoid combat using my motorcycle. It's always funny to find people doing the same questline that I am, especially when it's like this.
Nothing. Not even a little burnt circle in the grass. The friend I'm looking for, we grew up together. We were always together. We even shared the same dream, to roam the great expanse of the cosmos. We worked hard and supported one another until we both had starships of our very own. Then the universe was ours to explore. How fleeting that feeling of triumph.
Questioning head tilt?
Ah, but that is another tale entirely. I simply wish to express how dear this friend is to me.
Phone call.
Hello? Is this thing on? This is Nashu. We think we may have found Poo-Poo's friend. Come to Perusa as quickly as you can. Yes, let's take my starship. It's the fastest way.
I don't know, my bike's pretty fast. Probably about the same speed as the starship if, you know, if it runs on the same system. Meanwhile, at Perusa. And by system, I of course mean the mount speed. I think we're answering that question about the running at 88 miles per hour or whatever that was mentioned before.
Hail, dear comrade of Master Poo-Poo. We come in peace. Pray reveal yourself.
I think that was a Mandragora. Like a Corrigan. Yes. It's the garlic jester. And also the Tomato King. And also the Eggplant Knight and the Mandragora Queen. They're all here. Except for the King.
Wait, you're the Mandragoras.
I know that gentlemanly overlord's voice.
Manderville? No, Mandragora.
What is... Wait. Oh.
Master Zombiebrand, they said you were trapped in slumber, but I rejoice to see that is no longer the case.
Gods, it's one of the Walking Dead!
Greetings, friends. I'm a proud member of the Gentle Dead Men and disciple of Master Zombiebrand.
Nod. Now, I wasn't expecting this.
It's a Mandragora.
What brings you here to Thavner and in the company of Lenosha's infamous vegetable menace, no less? Allow me to some few precious moments of your lifespan to explain. It was a time when the maggots in my skull grew restless and wiggly. Tales of spoiled seedkin terrorizing the region of Bosnia reached our undead fraternity, so on their behalf I traveled afar to recruit a rotten Mandragora.
Just...
After making his acquaintance, the festering fellow wished to introduce me to his brethren, who he assured me were no less rotten. Thus did I make next for Lenosha that I might extend a fetid hand in friendship. When I arrived, however, I learned that one of their companions had been abducted by a strange flying vessel.
We did see one of them on the moon.
What was a gentle dead man to do but aid in the search? Turn to the Thavnerian truth, that reliable bastion of supernatural rumor-mongering, and lo and behold, an alien craft matching the Seedkin's description had been spotted here on this isle. Needless to say, we embarked on our journey forthwith.
Yeah, I do I think I meant to comment on that. Maybe I forgot or cut off mid-sentence or something, but yeah, that is a Bosnian boss fight.
One of our faithful readers. I'm pleased to see that even in undeath, the hunger for truth is not wholly subsumed by the hunger for brains. So we find ourselves in the case of the misappropriated Mandragora. This abductor will not evade my powers of discernment. Soon we'll need a case to carry all these cases. An abductor. I have a feeling we won't need to look far.
Sucro, no! Like, I know that this is the mount in question, but like, that doesn't look comfortable. This is quite a group.
Ah, that may have been me.
Hooray, friendship!
Forgive me for taking your friend. In my sample collecting frenzy, I must have mistaken him for an edible plant of some kind.
Voice changed again.
Understandable. You would not be the first to confuse a mandragora with a salad ingredient. The main thing is that he's returned to us unharmed and uneaten. All's well that ends well. Now, if you'll excuse us, we should be getting back to Tharalan. Rotting flesh and humidity is an unpleasant combination.
Bow.
My apologies, Master Poo-Poo. We seem to have missed the mark this time, but I swear to you I shall not rest until you're reunited with your comrade. I almost believe your keen inspector's sense to be a form of prognostication, but it really was just following your gut. And I'm afraid vague inspectorial feelings will only take us so far. We have an entire world to search, and for that we need, I don't know, a veritable army of inspectors. An army of inspectors? Of course! I can simply clone a multitude of Hildebrands as I did before! Now, let's not do anything rash.
Immediately, something rash was done. Perhaps too rash. You made one.
Oh dear, the ship's matter duplication facility has been temperamental for a while. Now it's broken down completely. This clone will be is the last it will ever produce.
Something seems a little off about this one, visually. I think I've seen a screenshot of this specific. Oh dear. Is this also permanent damage to the world? Wow. Alright. So that's a feature of Hildibrand. That's possible, I guess. Yep. One of these Hildebrands has polygons. I believe I saw this in like the I don't know, patch notes or something somewhere where I shouldn't have looked. Gasp! Fighting Polygon Team!
Fighting Polygon Inspector.
I love the remix. Close. You got the spirit. Failed Hilda clone.
My name is Brandhild.
Inspector Brandehild? Why is he so blocky? The cloning process must have failed partway through. Allow me to euthanize this abnormality.
Good. Did you know there? I love the theme.
Now, let's not do anything rash. Unlike my former replicas, this one is highly unlikely to be mistaken for me. And seeing as how we were looking for extra helpers, I say we press this undefined fellow into service. Welcome to the team, Inspector Brandehild.
God, what voice should I actually do for Brandehild here? I'm trying to mentally combine the robot voices I tend to do and the Hildebrand voice, and it doesn't really work.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
That's more like a Hildebrand combined with the Hotel Mar. Okay, that's it then.
He's a nasty man now, I guess. It's completely the opposite of what you just suggested.
Godbird, I don't think we need that. Soft-spoken and polite and a little robot-y. Once again, completely the opposite of what I ended up with for that particular text box.
Lucky though this inspector may be that Master Poo-Poo could so easily attempt to replicate a living, thinking being. Alien technology is so advanced I can scarce differentiate it from magic.
I know the duplicator had been unstable, but I pushed it to perform anyway. Now look what I've wrought. Not only is this clone a poor imitation of the Inspector in form, but in force of personality as well.
Yeah.
Nice of the Warrior Light to invite us over for a
Look, there's just voice classes that I like default to, I guess. My poo-poo voice is constantly changing as well.
Blocky Brandehild.
Oh, never a dull moment around the Mandeville, men. Assistance, please allow me to be of assistance.
Like, what would it... Soft-spoken and polite and a little robot-y.
Assistance, please allow me to be of assistance.
Like that? Is that Brandehild?
It's me, Inspector Brandehild.
That could be fun. Okay, that's the voice then. That's easier on the voice acting. It hurts my throat to do a billion scratchy, goofy voices, so. I will only do like a million instead of a billion.
We made quite a mess of that temple ruin, but thanks to Father, it looks as good as new. Or would that be as good as old? In any event, I look forward to tackling the remainder of the case with my charming new contemporary.
I am delighted to be a part of it.
These poses are all unique to Brandehild, I guess.
Oh, Oh, look how shy he is. He really is very charming.
Oh, that's what was happening with Godbert doing that. Okay. Generational bonding.
An unexpected but invaluable addition to our ranks. With our numbers thus bolstered, I say we are ready once more to dive into the fray.
Maybe.
Perhaps, but what of our strategy? We need a new approach.
Ahem, if I may. Assuming Master Poo-Poo's acquaintance pilots a craft of similar design, then might we not instead attempt to locate the starship? Such a striking vessel will have drawn more attention than the comparatively tiny being in question.
He has a point. The Truth receives a large number of reports from readers claiming to have observed unidentified flying objects.
We could review said reports, those that meet the criteria of shiny, silver, and saucer-like naturally, and then remove instances which we know to have been Master Poo-Poo. That should narrow things down considerably.
So is Brandahild going to be extremely smart or something?
Indeed, what a fantastic idea! Just the kind of brilliance one might expect of one's clone. I was about to make the very same suggestion.
Well done, Inspector. I hope I've not overstepped my bounds. I am but a shadow of the original, after all.
I have a stack of back issues stored in the workroom I use in the city. Poo-Poo can help me sift through them and cross off the sightings that were definitely him, shall we?
That's extremely silly. The thing about having seen any spoilers, images, or whatever, by which I mean seeing like one screenshot that Brandahild was in, is that you don't really learn anything from a single picture of a Hildibrand quest, do you? It's just like, wait, did I accidentally try to teleport to the main story? Sure did. Sucro accidentally win the game. Seeing that screenshot, I did not know the name Brandahild, nor what Brandahild would be like. Well, he might have ideas. I mean, that hasn't come up, I guess.
Inspector Hildebrand inspected Inspector Brandahild with unexpected introspection. I think I just twisted my tongue.
Torian has taken Master Poo-Poo to peruse his store of past publications. Let us enjoy a brief interlude until they return with the results of their investigation.
Nod.
We finished going through all the back issues. If we discount the areas we know Poo-Poo to have visited, it turns out that there was only one other sighting of a flying saucer, in Garlemald. The account itself was sent to me by an Imperial soldier named Numerius, who appears to be a loyal fan of the truth.
All the way from the Empire, your publication has an impressively wide readership.
Our audience has always been universal. After all, the desire to know the unknown transcends all borders and creeds.
The saucer was spotted during the Imperial War of Succession. Beyond that, there were no meaningful details.
We must visit this soldier fellow in Garlemald and wring from him the entire tale. I agree. This is our only lead, and we've no choice but to follow up on it. To Camp Broken Glass.
Group nod. So would a failed Sucro clone be called a Funk Crow or something? Funk Crow? Because we're just reversing the name after all, so. Anyway. God, it never gets any warmer here, does it?
Everyone present and accounted for? Ah, we appear to be missing Master Delian.
Yeah.
My apologies, but I had a hunch that I thought might save us some time. I spoke with some contingent officers, you see, and our Numerius is on the roster of Allied Imperial troops. That does certainly make things easier, and were they able to point you in the direction of this numerous chap's posting? Yes, Numerius is currently with his unit organizing the supply dump at Forum Patens. We should head over there and hope you can spare a few moments to talk. Oh, the chill here seeps right into your bones. How are you all not shivering in that unseasonal attire?
A Mandeville man on a mission feels neither heat nor cold.
I'm not sure how one's frame of mind can overcome the reality of frostbite, but then again, reality always seems relative around the Mandevilles.
There's the Lalafell again. Behind the tree. In every dang scene. Well, not right now. Anyway. So how far through these am I at this point? Half-ish? A little more? I think the next time we see a Hildibrand credits sequence, that's gonna be a stopping point, probably. Don't want to go for too long. Whoop. Overshot the destination. This is the 6.3 one? Okay, that's fair.
Hello, is there a Numerius here? I am Delian, the editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Truth. I've come to follow up on your eyewitness account. The editor-in-chief himself? What an honor! I wish there was more to the story, but everything I know was in my submission. I've not left to tell. Unless you've something else to share. Didn't you say you saw the saucer as well? Oh, I did more than just see it. This was around the time when the fighting with Nerva's faction had escalated into all-out war, you understand. I'd been assigned to an anti-aircraft cannon, which was actively surveying for enemies when this silver vessel flew into view. Some new kind of war machina, I presumed, so I opened fire and knocked it out of the sky. Gasp! Presumed? You mean you never got a look at the wreckage? We were at war. I wasn't about to venture onto the battlefield to indulge my curiosity. It's probably still out there, somewhere. We have to find that flying, or should I say fallen, silvery saucer. Do you have an idea of where it crashed? Not an exact location, no. And then we'd best have the... There's the dang Lalafell again. Then we best have the God's own luck. Kalimod's capital region encompasses malms and malms of icy wilderness. If I may, do you happen to remember the approximate speed and bearing of the saucer, and the position and firing angle of the cannon? More or less, I think. An artillerist without a head for numbers wouldn't be long for the profession. That should be sufficient, thank you.
The teacup, too. Freaking, like,
He's doing it. He's thinking.
some sort of, like, Sherlock Mind Palace moment.
I have it. The starship impacted the Earth 1,360 yards to the northeast of our current location, give or take a few yards. How in the seven hells did you arrive at that conclusion? Elementary algebra, my dear Delian. Assuming the craft belonging to Master Poo-Poo's comrade is of similar construction, determining its trajectory is trivial.
Calculate.
My brilliant clone, ladies and gentlemen. I was about to offer the self-same conclusion, but once again he's beaten me to the punch. Hooray for Inspector Brandehild! I seem to have stolen my progenitor's thunder. My apologies. 1,360 or so yards to the northeast of here. That improves the chances of our search from near hopeless to rather hopeful. Let's go and find this fallen saucer, shall we?
I love the Brandehild theme. And then the Lalafell got shot with a cannon and died. The turtle shirt is a hint because there's 4 of them, and 4 is a number. Wow. Theoretically, as someone who has studied Arcanima, Sucro should understand math to some degree. But maybe she doesn't. I don't know. She's probably, like, okay at it. I definitely wouldn't say that Sucro is a genius. Or a math genius, specifically. Yep. The mystery person continues to be mysterious. Clearly, if I end up liking Pictomancer a lot and maining it, I'll have to completely revise the entire backstory of Sucro to make her a painter. All of those books in her apartment? Sketchbooks. And they always were.
Wherever could it be?
Ah, tut tut, silence please, I must still my mind and quest a feel of my senses. Oh, such an invigorating climate!
One of the people who's been doing this quest has decided to away from the keyboard in the most Mandervillian way possible, as one should.
Had someone thought to record the wind speed and direction, I might have calculated the crash site to the nearest ilm instead.
Although promising at first glance, a closer inspection reveals this debris to be the wreckage of some vanquished war machina. I almost said vanquished. Where's what? There's Delian.
Oh, to always have such precise coordinates when hunting otherworldly phenomena.
But where's Nashu? There she is. Okay, the hiding behind tree branches thing is kind of funny, but...
Hot soup, blazing...
Nashu, no, you can't fall asleep in the snow, you'll die. That's how this works. A pot half buried in the snow. Nothing alien to speak of. I don't know, could be a weird pot. You can't simply make an assumption about pottery. You have to inspect it more closely than that. This is probably relevant considering the number of people standing next to it. Scorched and twisted scrap of metal plating. Starship like Pupus could well have been reduced to a similar state were it hit with artillery rounds. An octopus would be in a pot. Potentially.
Oh, what have you found there, Sucro?
An exterior panel. This is from my friend's starship. I am sure of it. It be from the crash landing.
I see no other pieces in the immediate vicinity, which means the vessel may have weathered the barrage and made good its escape. Another possibility is that your comrade recovered most of the wreckage, or some as-of-yet unknown party did.
You're saying someone may have made off with our cosmic visitor, saucer and all? I say, this is altogether a different kind of alien abduction.
Oh, you have an earring that is the demon cube. Not just any cube, but it's got the legs and the wings.
Has anyone seen Nashu?
She was asleep over there.
Now that you mention it, where is my loyal assistant?
Oh no, you're relevant.
Help! You have to help! My beloved Miss Nashu's been kidnapped! Some cad claiming to be an agent of Dr. Luge came and took her away. He told me to tell you, and I quote, "If you want your precious companion returned alive, Sucro must present herself at the Tower of Babel. Specifically the Magitech servicing facility. Don't forget that part." The gall, the temerity, the audacity! My stalwart aide spirited away under my very nose!
My apologies, but who are you? A close acquaintance of Nashu, I assume?
Me? Oh, no, I wish. I mean, I just happened to be passing through the snowfield. I'm a snowflake inspector, you see. Oh, too like and all that. Anyway, enough about me. You need to go and save Miss Nashu. At last, a chance to stretch my legs. What say you, my son? Shall we get this rescue mission underway? Indeed we shall.
Nod.
They left without us, even though this doctor fellow asked for you by name. Curious.
Unfortunately, Brandahild probably cannot run at like 1 billion miles per hour. Combat! Oh dear. Combat with these three.
Forget the missing starship for now. Nashu's in imminent danger.
Another abduction, and yet all I can do is wonder who that odd young man was, and why he smelled so strongly of cheese.
My voices are changing.
I've collected what evidence remained of the crash, but solving this mystery will have to wait. The case of the abducted assistant calls.
Well. Meanwhile, at the tower... Am I gonna play as Godbird or something? What the heck? Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel...
All shall fall before Supre Luge. With this new and improved body, revenge will finally be mine.
That is in fact the other. Yep, that's Lugai.
You will release Nashu this instant.
What are you two doing here? I specifically asked for the adventurer. Be gone before I unleash my fury prematurely.
Oh, this promises to be a proper battle. I see no reason to trouble Sucro. We tackle this menace as father and son, the Mandeville men, together.
Agreed. I'll not waste my appetite for vengeance on the side dishes. Hired thugs, time to earn your pay.
One of these hired thugs is a dog. 2 of them are birds.
Oh, a little warm-up before the main event.
Get them!
In the coming battle, you will play as this bird. No, just kidding. Oh my god, you actually do play as Godbird. What the heck? What? That... Okay, Rage of the Gentleman combo. Executes the following gentlemanly weapon skills in succession. Smash, thrust, Rage of the Gentleman. 15 seconds of gloves off. Mandeville dropkick. Leap toward the target. Okay. Mando double lariat. Mandeville sprint. Movement speed is increased in a gentlemanly fashion. It's the sprint icon, but like bespoke. And a limit break. A powerful gentlemanly tech. Okay. Well.
This is quite a crowd of admirers. Did someone send word that we were coming? Oh, shall we do a little dance? So many partners to choose from.
Is Hildibrand actually doing anything? It actually makes the dust clouds too. He's doing the Mandeville.
Your lackeys were found lacking. Come out and face your fate. Insolent worms, the sun will be the first to die.
What is this impending dread?
Missile.
Mommy, Daddy, if you could be so kind. Ah, why are they hitting me?
Whoops. His dancing casts cure. That makes sense. Also, Godbird has 9999 HP.
You survived my missiles? Then enjoy some leftover war machina.
Oh, they may indeed survive a few more taps of the hammer.
Even when you stand in the AoE, like a billion of war mech Even when you stand in the AoEs, Godbert takes like no damage.
An amusing diversion, but you'll need to do better than that.
My war machina, if reasonable means fail, then unreasonable measures are called for.
Stand back, Hildibrand. Let your old man handle this.
What? Tap button rapidly to simply be in every spot at once.
And I was just getting started.
You stopped them all by sidestepping? Very well. It seems I must crush you myself.
That is an extremely Mashly move.
Oh, finally I decided to take us seriously, have you? Prepare to pay for your crimes, Doctor. Engage gentlemanly evasions. Ha! I've had worse. Annoyingly named insect bites.
What manner of fiend are you? This move was meant for another, but you've earned my ire.
Strange, I swear I felt a snowflake fall on me.
I must have miscalculated the trajectory. I have more surprises. This one may shock you.
Ah, mild zap to improve the circulation, invigorating.
How? That much power should have rattled the teeth from his skull. You aggravating vermin, my plans are in ruins. You forced my hand. I'll bring this place down upon your head. Heads. Multiple.
The doctor leaves himself wide open. Let us seize the advantage.
Execute limit break. I pressed it.
Now's our chance.
Ah! Ah!
I don't know what part Hildibrand had in this limit break. Exactly. I guess we're about to find out.
The Mandeville Men! Victorious again! Mandeville Generational Bonding Overdrive!
Of course.
Ah, things seem to be well in hand.
Don't get ahead of yourself. There you are, my loathsome nemesis. I saved something special just for you.
This voice is getting increasingly out of hand as well. But, like, fittingly so. Yeah? What is this, some sort of time stop? Oh no, are we going back to the volleyball? Or maybe just once. Oh, what? 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 Eh? No! Sucro? I was not prepared for Sucro strikers.
Ah, that was a lovely nap. Oh, did someone build a Magitech servicing facility while I was asleep?
Wouldn't be the first time, probably. Now I think I have an idea. I think you said you were excited to see Sucro in some of the scenes that were going to happen. I think I'm beginning to get some ideas as to like why that might be the case.
Nicely done, Inspector Brandehild. Once more the clone has put the original to shame. Inspector, please, I am but a pale imitation of your ideal.
Ah, I knew keeping company with the famous Sucro would lead me to a worthy challenge. Worthy of breaking a sweat, at least.
You done all the work for me. You done all the work for me.
Well, I guess you did all the work for me. Except for that last...
Work? This was but a playful skirmish compared to your usual do-or-die dilemmas. The villain is vanquished, and Nashu is returned to us safe and sound. I say we head back to Radzatan to regroup and rethink our position. Your comrade yet lives, Master Poo-Poo, I am certain of it. Take heart and let us continue the search.
So, like, realistically, it would be wise of me to stop with the next credit scene. God damn it.
I don't know what I would have done had Miss Nashu been harmed. Clearly, I need to track her comings and goings even more closely. I remember standing in the snow, dreaming of being warm, then suddenly I wasn't cold anymore. Isn't that odd? Maybe I should fall asleep in uncomfortable places more often.
Nashu, no. It will be wise of me to stop. But, like, it's difficult to want to at this point. I mean, except for the fact that I would be talking too much.
To Garlemald and back we've journeyed, and yet this is just the beginning of the case of the silent correspondent. Come, my friends, the shard of saucer we secured shall lead us onwards to new discoveries.
Wait for me, Inspector. I don't know which way is onwards. I should follow him, shouldn't I? Wait for me.
Yeah, I should rest my voice.
A final word from yours truly, if I may. The complexities of Godbrand's techniques have me flummoxed, I confess, but I do believe this recent spot of exertion has provided just the inspiration I required. When you're ready to proceed with our endeavor, pray drop a word in Master Geralt's ear. I shall make myself available forthwith.
Well, maybe I'll have enough causality by the next stream.
Until our next meeting.
I hope people have enjoyed the goofy voice acting.
Thank you for assisting with my investigation, Sucro. Once again, our travels were rife with inexplicable phenomena, and yet I am no closer to exposing Poo-Poo's well-concealed conspiracy.
Shrug.
He will slip up one day, though, and you and I will be there to catch him.
We can start with the next weapon quest next time, maybe.
Meanwhile, somewhere in Thavnir...
I don't have enough to buy them now, is the thing. So I can't do that right now. I'll just wait.
Gasp!
Was that one guy? I don't think we have a name.
You took my coin and you failed. What audacity that you should return seeking my largesse once more.
I deserve your scorn, but I promise you your plans are in danger so long as that tenacious pest yet lives. I know of a path to victory, a forbidden path, one which demands the manifestation of the divine.
You have my attention.
Nearby.
Yeah? Grin. This explains something. Here we are again! Alien friends with strange technology. Cloning yourself can lead to tragedy. But sometimes you get what you don't expect. A blocky man of quality. Inspector Brandehild. That face for sure, but still sharp as a tack. And then everyone died. I wish Sucro was running along behind them in those ending cutscenes. Well. This has been Hildibrand, I guess. It certainly has been Hildibrand. Oh no, you can see how much gil that I have. I actually have gil. It's weird. Thank you all for watching. I suppose next time will be more Hildibrand. Maybe the rest of it? I can't really be sure about that. Probably the rest of it, I guess, if that was 6.3. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I never say definitely. I always consider that something might happen. But yeah. Sucro will now take a nap. Wait, no. Sucro has to assume nap pose. There we go. Sucro will now take a nap. Thank you all for watching. As usual, you can go to borealrobin.card2rs.co to see various links and whatnot. You can choose to follow or subscribe or donate if you want to support me, but it's not necessary. And the next stream will be the rest of Hildibrand and like another Manderville weapon step, I guess. And then like, so there's like 4 stages of it? There's no way I'll be able to do all of that on camera if I do one more stream for Hildibrand and then one last stream for 6.55. I don't think. Well, we'll figure it out. Maybe it's not as necessary to show all of the Mander weapon quests either. Who knows? Though I do get a little bit more of what you meant by well, no, actually. Assuming it's the same, is it the same material for everything? Is it the meteorite for everything, or is it different? It's not the same material, is it? You probably have to exchange the tomestones for something else. Different piece? Yeah, never mind. Can't pre-grind those. Anyway. We'll address that at some point, I guess. See you all next time when there's more shenanigans. Thank you all for watching. Have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you at the next stream. Good night, everyone.